Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with Doovid. I'm your host, Jen. Happy to be here today. How are you, Doovid?
And thank God, good to be back. Thanks for doing it. Good to see everyone. Um, Bubble. Yeah, thank God I had a good week. I ended up going to the Hare Krishna temple. Thank God, good to be back. This week, so starting a little late, but it's fine. Next week's also a festival, but during the day, so won't we hopefully start regular time at 7. Sorry to get my screen share up. So just get these links off my computer. Here at processing. So Billy Joel performed in Detroit this weekend, and Def Leppard, who I did that song of "Love Bites," was performing the next night, and the lead singer Def Leppard came on stage and they performed "Pour Some Sugar on Me" together with probably the only time ever Billy Joel and Joe Elliott performed together. So random thought I'd mention that. Billy Joel had scheduled to play Detroit before COVID-19. People had already bought tickets and they canceled it. And so they just rescheduled. That was this weekend. Elections coming up here in Michigan, primaries. And the Detroit newspaper Free Press endorses Rashida Tlaib, who will likely be my next congresswoman. So just interesting politics, the Palestinian American. I have Rashida Tlaib on my YouTube channel. I've met her. Um, Generally, the Jewish community is not such a big fan of her, being that she's Palestinian. But that's the way U.S. politics goes. So she's likely to be the next congresswoman. And despite objections from elements of the Jewish community, the major Detroit newspaper has endorsed her. Um, Glenn Lowry, the Glenn Show of John McWhorter. They did another one in the Comedy Cellar with the comedian. So, God forbid, talking about racial issues and crime. And so it's an interesting approach on humor that, is really humor just a cover for talking about controversial topics. But yeah, Doovid, a big fan of the Glenn Show and John McWhorter. I've taken his courses. Linguistics, Columbia professor. Hopefully, we're going to talk about this a little bit. Eric Weinstein was on Theories of Everything talking about UFOs to, I guess, we'll call a UFO skeptic. And Eric Weinstein now is skeptical of the skeptics, because they belittle people and make people scared to say their truth. And Eric Weinstein used to also be a skeptic, but in the last few years, he thinks maybe there's something up there. Not necessarily sure that it's UFOs, but unexplained phenomenon, maybe government conspiracies, cover ups. And so he's had this Twitter back and forth with Mick West. And I guess I'm not sure if Kurt Jaimungal believes in UFOs or whatever, but he's got a lot of those people on his show. And so he hosted this conversation. So hopefully we're going to talk about that. Did you end up watching that?
I skimmed through it, but honestly, I wasn't super interested. I just find the evidence is so tenuous, but I was happy to hear that Eric said the word intelligence. So, like maybe some sort
Yes.
of a change of framing, like higher intelligence that guides the development on Earth. It's not necessarily manifest materially. If that's what it's trending towards, cool. But the guy on the left just seemed like your garden variety skeptic who was kind of like, huh, yeah. What do you
Yeah,
think?
I think Eric was intimidated by the blue eyes. And
I have such a hard time. I'm not saying you're wrong, honestly, but I have a really hard time believing that's connected to it. But let's hear it.
he even danced around that where he's like, well, like if you were African American, if you were a minority community that had been historically wronged. Um, but yeah, I think what he's saying is there's a lot of unknown, there's a lot of unexplainable phenomenon, and to say that it's UFOs is one thing. There's very little evidence that there's some form of UFOs, although there's enough, so to say, evidence that there's weird stuff happening that might call for some sort of explanation beyond current scientific knowledge. And West even seemed to acknowledge that. And I guess for whatever reason, it was like a contentious conversation. So it was a little, I guess, boring and just like, what the hell are they even arguing about, and repetitive. But I ended up watching it just because.
Do you think this means that he's given up on promulgating his Twisters model?
Well, I mean, because Weinstein's not a mainstream theorist in the first place. So, like, he has some credentials as a public talker on science and math, but, like, the majority of the mainstream doesn't accept his theories, anyways. And if you want to say it's as fraudulently rejected as UFOs, maybe, so we'll say the irony, or that Eric Weinstein is getting out there with, like, well, maybe UFOs, uh just because he's not getting mainstream acceptance for his theories. And then Kirk Jaimungal is going to be working together with Eric Weinstein, and for the theories of everything. So it could be they're taking a less scientific route for their theories of everything. And so it's tough to know. I theories of everything has decent interviews a lot of times. I don't watch all their stuff. And yeah, I guess Eric Weinstein, I usually don't watch him. I've only seen, like, occasionally when he was on, like, Lex Friedman or a handful of interviews. So he's kind of like borderline because he went to Harvard. He has some credentials, but he's like borderline, mainstream. And so here he's already moving towards, like, maybe on UFOs. And then on Lex Friedman, Joe Rogan, who had kind of been pro UFO, made a turn against it where he's no longer pro UFO, and he thinks that it's government conspiracy. Where he used to think that there was, it was actually extraterrestrial phenomenon or something like that. Now Joe Rogan's moving in the direction to think that all of these stories are cover-ups for government conspiracies. And West is probably more skeptical that there's even government conspiracies. Just straight line, uh, making fun of people for their crazy beliefs that Eric Weinstein wanted to defend. Don't make fun of people because they believe, crazy stuff. And it wasn't even clear if he was making fun of them. And there's, like, the debunker. Even though Eric Weinstein himself is a former debunker, now he's standing up against the debunking industry, kind of like T Jump, where, like, T Jump just tries to make money belittling and making fun of people. Like, he's not really doing science a favor. He's just trying to profit from making fun of unfortunate people.
That's a pretty uncharitable way to present it.
Well,
I'd say
that's kind of
it's
what.
a sliding scale. I mean, compared to who?
Well, if Weinstein was complaining about this guy West, I mean, he probably hadn't heard of T Jump, but he would probably have those or more complaints about T Jump, who is less kind and polite than even West.
Well, it would be pretty hard to just go in dry, so to speak, with someone like T Jump.
Yeah, like West was like, well, most of these people are, so I mean, we could talk about it more, but I just thought I'd share it. That's
Sure.
all I had really to say about it. So big news this week is going to be the first images from the James Webb Telescope. So we'll see what happens there. Based in Sky and Tom, welcome. So we'll see Tuesday what these first images from the James Webb Telescope look like.
Doovid, I'm sure you have thoughts on the Georgia Guidestones. You want to get to that later a little bit, or because it's just a question in the chat.
I didn't really have. I saw that article on Un's report. I didn't really have too much thought in it.
I could say some commentary on it. Usually Doovid goes first with his week in review, but just quickly, the video evidence is low quality. So there's, even when it's high quality, it's hard to know. There's chain of, custody issues. So.
Well, I mean, who destroyed it? It's unclear, and whether.
Well, I don't. As far as I know, no one's taking credit. I was more just looking at like what exactly happened, and as far as I can tell, there's one source of video, which was shit, which is pretty par for the course. So it looked like it was at night.
How big? I mean, okay, there's a lot of globalists. There's a lot of people with, we'll call, a global agenda, and especially in the art world. So that, some form of globalist would have sponsored an art project that promotes globalism is not particularly surprising. And then that someone would have destroyed that work is rare, but also not that surprising. It's like, kind of like Charles Moskowitz or Ralph and like the whole, railing against the globalist. But, there's a school of thought called globalism, and a lot of them support projects like this, and that someone would destroy an artwork as possibly some sort of like anti-globalist.
It's hardly unprecedented. It could be argued to be incendiary.
Yeah, I wasn't
just sort of on the fence as to whether it was like it almost looks like lightning type thing from the video. Again, not sure that says anything, but could be.
Yeah, I thought it looked like it said someone bombed it, but I didn't put too much into it. I didn't investigate that much. Okay, Les Glassman. So they had new tools in combating contemporary anti-Semitism in Israel conference, and the only person to record and put online was my friend Les Glassman, who used to work together with Lowell Gallen, and they had a breakup. But Jennifer was on with Les and Lowell when they were still together.
That was actually one of my better lectures, to be honest, because they were relatively uninhibited about asking questions. So, and also I got to go into like why I don't think qualia are causal.
Les, the friendly Jerusalem dentist. So that's what he does. He videotapes and records all types of stuff. And so he put up this conference, Deborah Lipstadt. So, big news, the President Biden this week will be going to Israel and then Saudi Arabia, and there could be new diplomatic relations between Israel and the United States and Saudi Arabia. So, it's big news. And they had a conference, and Les was there and put it up on his YouTube. So we probably won't talk about that. But if someone, is more into the geopolitics, that's probably going to be the biggest news story this week, is when Biden goes to Israel and Saudi Arabia. Random, we'd mentioned this before. This is a paper, Narrative Economics by Robert Schiller, who Doovid met when he spoke at University of Michigan. And you were just talking about narrative identity formation. And so I was mentioning, Jennifer was talking something about economics. And so I was saying narrative is the least part of finance, and then economics the second least in terms of, so this was just searching for the word narrative in articles. But if you're thinking about a field, how big of the role of narrative has been increasing across the board in the last decade. but of relatively fields. And I'm not sure if this had all fields and whether hard sciences like chemistry or physics, but I expect they would have more narrative also. And that's in terms of finance has almost no narrative, and economics is the second least amount of narrative. So it's like if you have to give an example when you're talking about economics, you don't understand economics. If you like, let me tell you a story. You're like, no stories in economics. We have equations and numbers, and if you need a story, you don't understand the economics. So it's just something I was mentioning to Jennifer in relation
Well, it's
to
not self-aware using narratives, and I guess I disagreed, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, that
economics.
sort of implies there's like a theory of like, what's the theory? I mean, aren't these various economic schools like Keynesianism and
The theory is the equation. And if you need a story to help explain the equation, you're just not going to understand it anyways. How much money do you have in the bank? I don't need a story. I need a number. And whatever stupid story you're going to try to tell me, don't. Just tell me the number. That's finance. That's economics. I don't care about your stupid story. Just show me the bank records. Show me the spreadsheet. No talk, just spreadsheets.
this is very Jerry Maguire-esque.
Well, that's economics. And like, just show me the spreadsheet. How much money you got in the bank. That's it. That's all I care. If it takes you a few sentences before you splurt out the number, because you're embarrassed or you're scared or whatever, fine. But at the end of the day, I just want the number. And that's finance. History has a lot of narrative, because there's people. People are important. And like okay, like your husband or your friend or this person you got involved with, I don't care, just give me the number, how much money you got. So like in history, political science, anthropology, psychology, sociology, okay, you could tell me a story. There's someone important and something happened and it matters to what you're trying to tell me about. And even a big theory, like a social theory about how groups work, you could still tell me a story about a person. But when it comes to economics and finance, no stories, just numbers. So if people want to read that, check it out. Oops. Sorry, closed the wrong window. Okay, so I did a whole bunch of research on
The
identity. So hopefully we're going to talk about this at length. So just to mention, like, okay, didn't put out my essay this week because I did a whole bunch of research. So Don, welcome. And so Jennifer's been pumping this book, Freakonomics. So I read it. Here's the online copy of Freakonomics.
Oh, good. That's awesome. What did you think?
Well, that's why I mentioned the whole thing about Schiller narrative economics. Freakonomics is for people who don't understand economics.
You
If
know
you
that's not what
understand
I meant.
economics,
You know
you
that's not what I
don't
meant when
need
I suggested.
stories or examples.
You know that's not what I meant when I suggested it for as a template for your book.
Well, that's why I mentioned the Schiller and the narrative economics, because like Freakonomics is an interesting book. It's like economics for people who aren't capable of understanding economics, and that's why I mentioned Schiller and narrative economics. It's like if you have to read Freakonomics, you're not going to understand economics.
Doooovid, the point of writing a book is for people who don't already understand it. So I don't know why you sound upset, but I'm not sure if I'm misreading that. But why would you be upset about that fact?
Because I want numbers. I want people to get the point that finance and economics is not about stories. It's about numbers. But yep,
I'm talking about Freakonomics as a template for your future book about the MTH that would presumably have not much to do with finance.
Yeah, if I'm gonna talk about economics and finance, it's gonna be numbers, not stories.
I wasn't thinking you ought to. Do you understand why I suggested that book though? Because I just want to make sure it was for the pacing and format, not the content.
So I wasn't impressed with Freakonomics at all. I skimmed through it.
Did you
And
look at the pacing or content? It was more about the structure, the content relative to itself, and the pacing. I thought that would be a good template.
it was
Not
the
in terms
use
of
of
content.
stupid stories to try to help people explain, understand. Um,
Whatever happened to serving mankind? You're not writing a book for yourself.
okay, so if you're talking about identity, there might be some stories, but like no, for economics, um, I wasn't impressed with the book for economics. So that's
Just so you know, I didn't expect you to be impressed by the content. It's highly simplistic. I don't endorse the content in any sense other than structurally it is, I think, a good template to aim for your book in terms of readability. If we want to maximize, I thought you want to maximize numbers of people reading your book.
well, no, not necessarily. And
This book got a lot of people to read it,
yeah, I'm
and it
not
was
sure.
good.
I mean, there's a lot of books that yeah, no, my book is not going to be anything at all like Freakonomics. I'm not going to write a chapter on like the KKK and real
Holy
estate
shit,
brokers.
it's not about the content. The content is just scientific models or pseudoscientific models that he thought predicted behavior. I'm not suggesting you use the same content. Just
I mean, one thing
I
like
feel bad about suggesting this book now. Look, it's not an insult to
yeah, because
anyone's
it's like
intelligence. I felt that book was insightful because it showed a deeper principle about how and why people respond to incentives.
do not take financial advice from anyone who recommends you the book
No, I'm not
Freakonomics.
suggesting this book is going to give insight on how to manage your money. That
I
was
mean, like
never
the real
ever
critique of
intended.
the book is like, well, one,
Ever.
God forbid, is like he's really closetly advocating for eugenics, and like because like his like whole like abortion,
That
his
is a
whole
bridge too far. I
it's not
have
his whole like
no
abortion
thank
point,
you.
his whole like point about like
That
abortion.
was about statistics. He did make some inferences perhaps, but okay.
He didn't use the
Um
word eugenics, but he makes this point of how like abortion has this like huge societal benefit, but he doesn't use the word eugenics. Um, but basically that's what he's talking about, where there's this huge
he's not
benefit
the
to,
best scientist in the world. I'm not even saying he's the best scientist in the world, but he's a great storyteller. Books are about stories. And that's, I mean, if I misunderstood the point of this, it's not no problem.
Doovid is an intellectual scientist and storyteller, and I don't even think this guy understands economics. I mean,
I
like God
doubt it.
forbid.
I mean, he sees himself as like on a discovery process of speculative science. So I doubt he would classify himself as possessing deeper insights into economics.
Yeah, I mean, he wrote, I guess, in the introduction of there's like some random journalist assignment that led him to write the book, but like Doovid no does not recommend Freakonomics. Um, and Doovid's MTH book will be nothing like Freakonomics. Okay, so I did a whole bunch
What
of.
about in terms of pacing and structure and size of chapters and length?
I didn't see that it was like, I mean, I have thousands of
You got
books.
that, you were that repulsed by the content that you couldn't look at the structure. Like to me, someone being crappy at science, it's like awesome. That means I look better by comparison. I don't see why that's bad, but okay. I'll try to think of something
Yeah, and
else.
I hate that crap, like trying to make science look cool, and he failed at both. So
Sure, but his book still sold a bunch of copies because it has a great structure and pacing. And
maybe.
your
I mean, I sell
tirade
books.
here only makes my point more true.
I mean, I sell books. You're saying like a lot of books sell a bunch of copies, and if you want to write popular nonfiction, and you want to come up with some reason why that was popular, uh, possible, and but like no, Doovid. I mean, it wasn't like the worst book I read. It was readable, but you're like no, I didn't think it was that insightful, and
Oh my my
you move
gosh,
on.
it's not that
I put a link.
I didn't say it was insightful either.
I don't think I gain anything from like writing and helping me become a better writer from reading that book.
Well, okay, I guess I felt like I learned something and maybe would like to have a book like that because it has a persuasive aspect to it. And in that sense, yeah, he's not just doing science or economics. So your criticism is actually really good. Hey, Bubblegum. T-Jump aired your debate on his main channel.
Okay, so I did a lot of research this week on the self, and hopefully we'll talk about that at length. And here are a few examples of groundbreaking papers that ended up being quoted and led to hundreds of more papers, just like Carl Friston's, one of his first books on active inference or the neural mapping. So one of these we might talk about is self-determination theory and the facilitation of intrinsic motivation, social development, and well-being, which we'll call it an identity theory. And so here's the original paper. So mention the year here. It's 1995. Here's another groundbreaking paper, a commentary on Erik Erikson, one of the early theoreticians on development of self and identity in adolescence and the theory of identity crisis. So self efficacy towards a unifying theory of behavioral change. So hopefully we'll talk about this also, but here's a groundbreaking paper. This says 1977, but I think it was first printed in 1965. So, but just a paper that led to tens of other papers being written and development of theories. And another important paper on narrative identity. Hopefully, we'll talk more about that. I mentioned it last week. The self is a center of narrative gravity. And I have 5 pages of notes on the self, and I downloaded like over 10,000.
That's great.
I could have pumped out a paper this week, but like I saw it was a really big topic, and I have like over 10,000 pages.
I think you're more likely to regret rushing it than taking 2 weeks. It's really not that long.
Yeah, and it's unclear. Like, I'm largely just doing it for myself. So thank God I got pretty good views at least. I didn't get that great feedback, but I got good views on the chess server. Yeah, so I'll try to use this just as incentive to continue my research and do higher quality research. So Charles Moskowitz finally got his big guest, Paul Manafort, and Trump's first campaign manager that went to prison, and so Charles going his own way, continuing with the Trump stuff. So we didn't stream this week. We'll see. Maybe we'll go again this Thursday. It's unclear. He's really caught up in that Trump stuff, and see what happens. But Paul Manafort's a pretty big name, although call him a fallen name of someone who was a big name. Unclear. Now he's writing a book, but it's unclear how big of a name he is now. So I found some decent videos I watched this week. Just people want to continue the research and like videos. So here was theoretical and computation neuroscience on thinking the right thoughts about reward and decision making. Here's this guy, Earl Miller, I found, who had research and theories about memory. So he's got different things on cognition and rhythm and working memory and brain waves and various things. So I guess he's affiliated with MIT. So it's a few interesting videos on his channel. Here, I think this is in Asia, and I found these were from earlier, like almost a year ago, from Electrical and Engineering Institute, and it was about the brain and intelligence. And me and Jennifer last week were arguing about machine learning and machine intelligence. So here were lectures on robotic intelligence and machine intelligence and machine learning and human intelligence. And this is like 9 months ago, but the current level of robotic intelligence. And so I was mentioning, Jennifer was talking about biomimicry and neural nets. And I was saying that machine intelligence is not going down the path of biomimicry. And the word neural nets might have multiple meanings or understanding in terms of like a biomimicry. That's not the direction of most practical uses of machine intelligence, which would be manufacture and things like machine vision. And so those are algorithms that have iterative algorithms that have feedback mechanisms and could perform intelligent tasks. And it's not through any form of biomimicry, it's through algorithms. So that was the Institute of Electrical Engineering talking about the latest in robotics. Here, I watched all 17 of these lectures on the brain and music. Pretty interesting. Here, also on machine learning and neuroscience. I only watched like a few of these. I decided not to watch them. So was also on machine learning and neuroscience. And so see what exactly, how is machine learning working? What are we talking about the brain? And for practical uses, like I said, you could program your own chatbot. You could program your own robotic arm. And where would biomimicry even be used? And to me, I don't think it's being used that much. That machine learning is already. You will get more into this with the self, because intelligence as a function of the self, but to clearly define what is intelligence, what is computer intelligence, and what is human intelligence, and why the direction of computer intelligence would be counterproductive to mimic human intelligence. That so to say, logic and algorithms. Jennifer forwarded this thing on logic and calculus, but what we program computers for is it would be counterproductive to try to have it mimic human intelligence.
You're talking about the thing that gave up after 4 slides, or Indian and Western epistemology and metaphysics?
Yeah, the thing that you shared on logic and calculus
this week.
But I mean like the Runge-Kutta or Newton's method, which is an iterative algorithm. And that's not really like machine learning because it doesn't have a prior, but those mathematical methods where you could include in the iterative algorithm a machine learning function.
That wasn't just mathematical methods, though. That was like a full-on what felt like a metaphysical dissertation. I've got it loaded up, though. What you have right now is not what I think you're talking about.
No, it's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the link that you shared that if you want to cover, we can. But I was just mentioning that we don't mimic human intelligence. We mimic, we use pure logic and algorithms. And there's no benefit to mimicking human intelligence. And there's a word neural net, and from my understanding, most of what we refer to as neural nets is not biomimicry. There is such a thing as biomimicry, but that's not what most people use when they refer to neural nets. Neural nets usually is not a form of biomimicry that, when the term is used, and even um, Aikens and Nemristas are not really a biomimicry. They're just uh, a material science.
I'm shocked you've decided to what feels like we'll come back to this rather trivial point again, but whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm making my point clear. I mean, if Jennifer disagrees, she can. That even then, Marissa, that the direction of machine learning, computer intelligence, is not biomimicry, and even the Nemrista I don't think is biomimicry. And
I mean, aren't you the one who always says don't die on the hill of definitions? How is that not what you're doing right now?
well, I'm explaining my understanding of the current state of machine learning and computer intelligence, and it's not biomimicry. They're not trying to design computers.
Okay, question here. Quick question. Quick reframe.
Just finish the point. They're not trying to.
Is the part of a camera, the mechanical part of a camera, is that biomimicry? Is that emulating the eye?
No.
Well, it's got a lens, doesn't it? And a rendering surface. I'm just saying what you're saying may reduce to a simple semantic argument that may not be relevant. It's like, anyway, this is what I think you're talking about. I just want to confirm that we're both talking about the same article, this one.
Yeah.
Awesome. This is one of the few articles that the author gave up before I did. At first I sent it to Doovid, and of course, because he's like a champion speed reader, he has it finished before me, and he's like, I'm like, okay. I'm like, let me know whatever. I remember exactly what he said. He was like, up to slide 4, and I'm like, what does he mean by that? And then I realized, like, it just stops existing after the 4th. I don't know. It's not really a slide.
2012. So I guess he started in 2012, and it was supposed to be a whole book, and he only finished like the first 3 of 10 parts, and it was kind of interesting. It was supposed to be a critique of calculus, and I would say, like, no, I mean, not at all. That machine learning has a form of problem solving, and the best method to solve the problem is not biomimicry. And so, if you want to say like a camera is not biomimicry. The fact that it has a lens, there's some similarity between the biological mechanism of an eye and a camera, but cameras are not designed to operate the same way as an eye. They operate in a much more efficient way than the eye. And the eye, serves a function, and maybe to some level the eye has some levels of better functioning than a camera, but for what a camera is trying to do, it would not pay to mimic an eye. And so it has to use a screen. And
do you think I can construct an argument that says that part of a camera is, just like an eye in a bunch of ways? Can that argument be made? I'm not saying I'm making that argument. I'm just saying.
It seems like you're making.
Neural nets are self-aware. They're literally going out and saying in their own definition that, like, I don't want to believe this too much, but like, they're literally saying that they're emulating natural systems. Neural net, like it's right in the name.
Well, they just used a word that has a biological function, but like, no, they're not emulating brain function. They just used a word of a brain function, and it's largely because they gave the word decades ago, but I mean, it's just a word that we refer to it, and it's not because it's a biomimicry. And saying if a camera needs a lens and an eye has a lens, and so you say that you can't really have a camera without a lens, and it's not biomimicry just because an eye has a lens and camera has a lens. They're saying it's problem solving, and the best method to solve the problem includes some similar components to the biological mechanism. So like neurons use electricity and microprocessors use electricity, but that's not biomimicry because it uses electricity. The biological problem-solving mechanism that was, however, the designer of the biological system versus the designer. And, if humans are looking for inspiration from other systems, that might include biological systems, like, saying like the telescope, the camera, but even cameras say that it has a few components that are similar to the eye, but it's not a mimicry of the eye. There's a problem-solving mechanism, and they use the most efficient method to solve the problem that we could come up with, and that includes some similar components to biology. But the point I'm trying to stress is that there's many components that are much more efficient and powerful than trying to mimic biological functions. That's even so for a camera and for machine learning. And just because it uses the word neural net doesn't mean it's biomimicry. Just saying that's the
I just don't understand why you're assuming it's not, when I can literally point to, like, well, that's the structure and function of the code that is saying that it's emulated. Yeah, there's issues with emulation of a neural net. Obviously, like, I don't even accept I don't accept materialist emergence. There's issues with that, but I mean, what are we just going to be like saying, well, it's not biomimicry because we say it's not a high enough technical standard of biomimicry when it has a demonstrated its functionality? I don't see that argument, I guess.
because it wasn't designed to mimic neurons.
Even though
We
it's called
use the
neural
word
nets.
neural nets, but it's not a mimicry of neurons. It's just the word they gave it, neural nets, because however that's you look. I don't know the exact history and how the word caught on that's what's used, but it's not a neural net because it was a mimicry of neurons. That's just the word that has become commonplace.
Well, obviously not. It's a mimicry of how consciousness is allegedly functioning.
No, it's not even a mimicry of how consciousness is functioning.
Then why is
It
it
was
based
the
on
most
the neural
efficient
structure of the
solution
brain?
to the problems at hand, and the most efficient solutions were not to copy the human mind. So I mean, people listening to this, Jennifer, whatever reason she thinks like she thinks, she's wrong.
For whatever reason, Doooovid wants to go against a common definition, and
that's just a word that's used.
Focus on
you
why is it's always just a word that's used. Why is this a word an issue in particular when it can demonstrate its own technology? It's like I take issue with other nomenclature before
I agree.
I
mean, one thing, the word is not used that much, but the point that I'm making is that machine learning does not function as biomimicry. It functions as the most efficient algorithms. And if we use a word like neural nets to describe it, that's just the word we're ascribing it to, and it's not any form of emulation of human consciousness.
All right, I don't want to spend any more. I mean, I feel like we spent
I don't know.
hours
That's
on
just
this
her
last
dissonance.
Week. If people want to listen to us arguing about this for hours, we already did it last week, so we can keep going.
Yeah, because Jennifer, like anyone watching this, just do the research. You're like, Jennifer will maybe repeat herself next week because she still hasn't done the research.
Look, I'm as open to the fluidity of definitions as the next person. I'm just trying to go based on what's been established in whatever field it is. Maybe there's different fields, whatever. We can talk about that. But what spirit? Where's this coming out of? Did anybody actually say anything about spirit, Skyworks? So answer that first, and then we can talk about that later. I didn't even want to talk about soul. So
this is, I don't know why Jennifer has these issues, and from the terminology of artificial intelligence.
Because by its own understanding of itself, which is what I thought the normal standard was for definitions, just generally like in application, you're saying, no, it doesn't rise to that standard.
Honestly, I mean, there's a history of how humans came to classify and give words to me, to delineate, to signify certain concepts. So, what we call artificial intelligence, implying that human intelligence is the real intelligence, and artificial intelligence is the attempt of a machine to emulate human intelligence. And so the main point I'm stressing is that that is now a historical anachronism, that it's no longer considered artificial intelligence, that intelligence is not something unique of the human mind, and computers do not copy human intelligence, that we're considering intelligence a separate function that the human mind does and that computers also do, and that computers in many cases do more efficiently than the human mind. So at this point now, we're not trying to create artificial intelligence where a human will act, where a computer will act like a human mind, because we know the now more the limitations of the human mind. So we program computers to solve the problems, perform the task in the most efficient way. And the most efficient way is not to work like the human mind. And you could consider that all these things like logical fallacies and, Kahneman, Tversky, and biases and the various things that we know how the human mind works and the problems with human thinking. And when we program a computer, we could sidestep all of these problems that the human mind has and limitations that the human mind has. So it's not in that sense artificial intelligence, even though we may still use the terminology. And even like if neural nets just means nodes, um, it means nodes. And it really has nothing to do with neurons. And if neurons have nodes and computer circuit logic has nodes, there's I'm trying to get people out of thinking that neurons operate in some form of circuit logic, because there's no
I
evidence that
agree
they
with
do.
you that they do not. They don't. I completely agree with you that they don't.
If
So I'll
neurons
back you
have
up on that.
nodes and circuit logic has
It's just that some
nodes,
of the arguments you make sound like you support the other side, and that's probably on me for not
what other
focusing
side?
better. It just seems like sometimes you're taking the position that they are computationally equivalent to.
Well, I'm trying to explain how computers work and how the human mind works. And so people understand the difference, and they understand um, why computers could function and operate in many realms much superior to the human mind, and how it is that we program the computers to do it. And it's not by emulating the human mind, it's by programming in these algorithms that the human mind is not capable of computing into the computer. And the computer solves these problems because it performs these algorithms that the human mind is too limited to perform.
All right, so they don't function in the same way. And therefore, the notion that a neural net could be designed with that as its structure is itself structurally precluded by the Boolean nature of the computer. Is that essentially what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that even though we use the term neural nets, how these computer algorithms are working is not at all analogous to how the human mind is working.
Okay, we can put a pin in that. I mean, I agree with that.
And you
So
will say that's intelligence, so that the computer performs intelligent tasks, demonstrates intelligence, just like the human mind. And so what mechanism does the human mind use to perform intelligence and intelligent tasks and demonstrate intelligence is many ways a different method than the computer uses. And so it's not artificial intelligence. You want to say there's a concept of intelligence, and there's a method that the computer uses to perform intelligence, and there's a method that the human mind uses to perform intelligence. And generally, at this point, the human mind is worse at performance of intelligence tasks than the computer. Well, you could define there's certain aspects of intelligence that the computer can't do that the human mind could do. And then you just why we have terminology that because humans are limited, that we use relational lexicon to describe what computers do in the same language that we describe what humans do. So rather than having, like, if you were a technical expert, you might have a unique lexicon to describe what computers are doing, but most people are going to use the same lexicon. So we use the same words that describe how the human mind works to describe how humans work. And we call that anthropomorphization. And if you want to say the reverse anthropomorphization of trying to describe what the human mind does in terms of what the computer does. So the same way, say, no, that's anthropomorphization. That's how the human mind works, not how the computer works. Then there's the opposite end also, like, no, that's how the computer works, not how the human mind works.
Okay.
And, hopefully we'll go more into this and we just understand it and say what, to understand how these iterative algorithms work, what machine learning means, and then also how the human mind performs intelligent functions, and have a more clear definition. We'll call it the due diligence of knowing the lexicon, the terminology, and being precise in the language. So speaking of that, you hopefully maybe I downloaded a few books on Vedic psychology.
That's awesome.
So
and yeah, like I'm not even sure I would want to use that argument. I think the argument can be made Sky works, but like yeah. You could also argue that consciousness grounds morality, coherence, whatever. You can argue that too, but that doesn't get you to know God, because that doesn't then say that just because you can get there through just consciousness, which maybe has no God, that everybody else magically can. So two arguments, but interesting. Just want to say that real quick. Love this one too, except for the fact that I can't text a speech it. Crying face emoji.
Yeah, so hopefully maybe we'll do a show maybe on my channel in the coming weeks on Vedic philosophy and psychology. So this was a book Jennifer messaged me about. There was a pretty good book. I think it's too long to share in the chat, so keep it fresh. On the chess server, someone recommended this author to me. So here's a public paper. I guess he passed away decades ago. It was a Central American author, Brunge Mario. And here his old book, Matter and Mind, a Philosophical Inquiry, and actually talks a lot about monism. And this is kind of like a multiple truth hypothesis where he just goes through divergent schools. Like, these are the issues and these are the various schools and how they view the issue, from like dualism, monism, a few hundred years of some of the biggest philosophical questions. So here's an academia. So like philosophy is a worldview, monism, pluralism, metaphysics, ontology, bodies, quantum physics, matter, emergence, physical, chemical, living, thinking, social, artificial, emergence, naturalism, spiritualism, phenomenalism, materialism, and then the mind-body problem, plastic brain, mind and society, cognition, consciousness, and free will, brain and computer, knowledge. So a pretty good book. So if people want a nice overview of philosophy, recommend this. Someone saying the chess server referred me to the author. I think it was translated from Spanish. God forbid. Yeah, last week was the shooting, and it was in a Jewish neighborhood, Chicago, Highland Park. And it turns out that the shooter had came into a synagogue. He came into two synagogues. And I listened to the statement that the rabbi said that this shooter, before it came into the synagogue on Passover, And the rabbi approached him and sternly asked him to leave as he noticed he was not a member of our community. Um, which the rabbi seems proud of it, like a statement. So like generally Doovid's more accepting. It was like, God forbid, like, you could have been nice to the guy. And I'm not, it doesn't justify, like the crime, and saying that there's logic to violence. There's logic to people acting in bad ways. And it doesn't justify it just because like someone was mean to the guy or could have been nice to a person and chose to be mean. Doesn't justify their bad action, but it helps explain it to some extent. So God forbid, this guy came into the Senate, this guy did a shooting, and God forbid, a lot of the people he killed were Jews. And you think he came into a few synagogues and was, rejected and tossed out. And, it's just something to think about. What if the rabbi was like, like was nice to him, would have made a difference, and just said like, get out of here. God forbid. And I'm not saying like, that the rabbi means that deserved these bad things that happened to him, but just, a statement, like, you know, try being nice to people, like escalation of conflict. And, you know, but, okay, so I didn't do a song the last few weeks, and I was thinking of um, this song, and this song actually has Michael Jackson. Somebody's Watching Me, 1984, by Rockwell, who, people from Detroit. He was the estranged son of Berry Gordy, recording legend, and Michael Jackson was also from Detroit. And I'm not just trying to see what year Thriller was. So this might have, no, Thriller was 1982. So Michael Jackson was already one of the most famous singers in the world. And however, he got Michael Jackson to do the solo on this song, Somebody's Watching Me. Uh, he did. And but it's an ironic, kind of cute song. And I was thinking about it last week. Like sometimes I think of this song, it was a semi-popular song. It's in C minor. It's got chorus Michael Jackson, and just the Somebody's Watching Me.
I didn't
And
want to push it too much. I was kind of missing it, and I know the audience misses it too. It's just that I thought maybe you needed a bit of time to just like purely focus on the writing. But I'm glad that I think we're getting ready for a song. Are we?
so do you know the song Somebody's Watching Me?
Don't know it. No, I don't think so.
Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. It actually has Michael Jackson doing that. So it is the if you hear the song, it's the unique chorus of Michael Jackson, and it's kind of like a humorous song. There was a video to it. It's 1984, so I was like 6, 7 years old when I first heard the song, and it had minor popularity. It was this guy's most popular song, and it's kind of humorous. So I'll do the verse to to the song, and so the chorus actually has Michael Jackson, who at that when he did it was already one of the most famous people in the world. I'm just an average man with an average life. I work from 9 to 5. Hey, hell, I pay the price. All I want to be is left alone in my average home. But why do I always feel like I'm in the twilight zone? Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. I always feel like somebody's watching me. Is it just a dream? When I come home at night, I bang the door real tight. People call me on the phone I'm trying to avoid. Or can the people on TV see me? Or I'm just paranoid. When I'm in the shower, I'm afraid to wash my hair because I might open my eyes and find someone standing there. People say I'm crazy, just a little touch, but maybe shower reminds me of Psycho too much. That's why, oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. I always feel like somebody's watching me? Who playing tricks on me? I don't know anymore. Are the neighbors watching me? Who's watching? Was the mailman watching me? Tell me who's watching. I don't feel safe anymore. Oh, what a mess. I wonder who's watching me now. Who, the IRS? Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. So there's a video to the song also, and so it's kind of funny. He's got like the mailman and this. It was early, like Michael Jackson's Thriller was '82, and so this was 1984. So somebody's watching me was one of the first. Um, one of the first music videos, and it's like because he had Michael Jackson doing the chorus. It became a very popular song, and really it's the only song that he ever became known for. So did that sound at all familiar to you? Anyone Skyworks, Bubble, anyone
No,
familiar with that
not
song?
me. But thanks for the
1984,
song.
is that too old? Like no one heard of this Somebody Watching Me? And I'm not sure why I felt
Unfortunately, no.
paranoid. uh I sometimes think of that song because I'm a little paranoid. And now, maybe we're talking about machine vision and machine learning. And, so that was 1984. They, he wasn't thinking the machine or the computer's watching me. And now, it's like it's the machine that's watching us most likely. There could be snooping people, uh, government, but the somebody watching me is the computer. So Tinkle Tank, Bubble, know the song. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. And I like Michael Jackson a little bit. Like I guess I'm kind of like a geek. So it was a Man in the Mirror that was my favorite song of his. I even owned the Bad album. Like I was young and like I might have even bought with my own money or someone gave me as a gift Bad. So that was like when I first started listening to music.
Okay, it
Uh,
looks like some people do recognize it.
yeah, so I said that's not an actual Michael Jackson song, but Michael Jackson just cameoed to do the chorus on that song. So obviously Michael Jackson's one of the most famous singers. I was singing some top 500 songs. Somebody's watching me does not make it to the top 500. It was one of the like made the top 10 of the time. It was a pretty famous song in the early 80s. I'm not sure if it stood the test of time and like, the song or I think it may have been redone into like a techno song or something. Um, but I'd put that up there with if one of my favorite Michael Jackson songs. So with that, welcome to Week in Review. On the show, I have 4 pages of notes on the
Rustling,
self.
nothing like rustling papers to
Yeah,
titillate the
so
senses.
um, I enjoyed this self research, so I decided I'm going to scrap
I'm so glad
cognitive.
to hear that. It can be so fun and refreshing to do fruitful research, eh?
Yeah, so I'm going to scrap cognitive dissonance as um,
My doctrines already expound cognitive dissonance transcendentally. You can just use those.
yeah, and so I'll let Jennifer do her week interview or talk about what she wants to talk about. But let me just find this real quick. So you mentioned it's more identity theory than self theory. And so just identity, self is usually the interior world and one's perception of it. And self could refer to consciousness. As McAdams, who is the father of narrative identity theory, McAdams' identity, one aspect of self. So self identity is an aspect of the self, and identify the identity how self is presented to the world. So the self is who we really are, and the identity is how we try to present that self to the world or we're perceived. And identity, for more like social science definition, is properties of sameness and um, I can't read my own handwriting, and distance from
Hashtag relatable.
that link of the interior world of psychological experience and exterior world of language and categorization. So the self is the more true internal who we are and is possibly more permanent, as opposed to identity is a social psycho combination of response to the external world and is mediated by exterior factors and interior factors of things like language and categorization of like what referred to, McAdams, the simple way of putting it, identity is how we present the self to the world or how we're perceived by the world. And another word is personality. And personality is an interesting word because personality is like one of 20 words that come from Etruscan. So it's in Greek and Latin, but personality is one of the person is one of the few words that we have records of coming from the Etruscans who predate Romans or died
I
out.
think T Jump was asked to define personhood this week, and he just threw in this towel. He said he doesn't even care.
Well, so I mentioned that it comes from the word mask, and it's an ancient word from the ancient that comes from the Etruscans to Rome to the Greeks and Romans.
Like the term persona, the modern day term persona could be likened to this use.
Well, yeah, so I'd say that identity and self and personality are overlapping. So I mentioned identity is how the self is presented to the world, and personality is, we'll say, an aspect of identity that is possibly related to the self if it's um but more closer to identity because it is um a mask. So personality is not like the self. Personality is an expression of the self, and it's like a mask. Literally, that's where the word comes from. And then psychology. So I read a lot of William James, who's like the father of psychology. 1890 wrote to the Principles of Psychology, and really like probably the precursor to the hard problem of consciousness and understanding mental processes to all derive from the brain and the physical. It actually spends the first like 7 chapters of Principles of Psychology explaining why these factors should be understood to be products of the brain. Um, but psychology separates, possibly before William James, but William James, like the father of it in the 1890s, from philosophy. In psychology, the word is also Greek. Like all these words, uh, self actually, ironically, is not Greek. It comes from like Norse or Northern European languages. But psyche, it was even I think a Greek god or means like spirit. So kind of like we're talking with Jennifer and artificial intelligence and neural nets, that we use these words referring to the brain to talk about things that really have nothing to do with the brain because that's just how people first described it. So also these terms like psychology, which is a materialistic understanding of um, philosophy, and to separate it into its own field actually comes from the Greek word for spirit. So, it's one of those other paradox where psychology is generally a materialistic study of internal processes, and it uses the word spirit, even though it rejects that these processes come from the spirit. So, it's one of these, ironic, huge ironies, just the word itself, psychology.
Great.
there's like BTF,
I take it as an
BTF T
extremely
jump.
good
I
sign.
tried to BTFO T jump just with etymology. I'm not sure if his audience like it, no one appreciated that. We're just like, come on, like the very words you're using imply a spiritual world.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
what the hell? You're using the word psychology, the study of spirit, to refer to materialist understanding of
that boils down to, in my opinion, an ordering principle, which boils down to consciousness, which is neutral on God.
So I have a whole bunch of stuff. So if
Oh,
if we
sorry,
want to
you're still
go,
going through your notes. So yeah, how do we want to do
no,
this?
we'll go
Because
back to the notes.
Eames
I'll let you
wanted
do
the
your.
link, and I sent it to him, but I want to make sure you have enough time to do everything you want to do in the order that you want to do it, because I know our
Who did you send
styles
the
are
link
different.
to?
Memes a distraction.
Okay, that's fine. And we could save it for later. So I just said that. Did you have anything you wanted to mention your week in review? Did anything happen? I didn't appear on any streams, and I don't have any streams planned coming
Well, I
up.
got a chance to have a wonderful conversation today. I don't know who it was who was talking to me or if we'd ever met before, but it was great. This is on the Qualia Computing Research Discord there, so hopefully I can remain on that and not get kicked off. Sorry for laughing. Anyway, that was really good, in my opinion, because it never got to the point of like hardcore. Obviously, I know that people are gonna like get upset. Here's what I figured out was like going along with what Doovid's kind of trying to do is like set out some guiding principles, like one of them for when it gets into like any topics, sort of the more proximal a topic is to deriving root information about consciousness, the more likely it's going to trigger cognitive dissonance and cause like basically a bad vibe or whatever. Which is what's so great about the quality group is because like the language exists to describe the vibe as shitty due to whatever, erroneous perception someone happens to be employing at the time. It's quite anyway. I was enjoying myself on that. The conversation took a lot of turns, and I don't want to like necessarily whatever. I could go into it, but it'd probably take hours anyway. Zero at one infinity rule got recommended this on another server, and this is another one of these people where it was kind of like we didn't fight, but it was definitely bad vibes for a while. But then it just went into being great vibes, so I take that as super positive. And he like linked me on this thing that turns out already existed, and people can check out on my channel if they're interested. That I've already got a. This was unbeknownst to me at the time of having made my own video where I talk about a zero one infinity, which isn't identical to this, but it's in a way very similar. I'm sort of putting I'm imposing like a ring structure. Like one thing you'll notice if you come around to how I see things a lot that there's no like one set UFM for doctrinal reasons. I want to kind of stay away from giving people the impression of certainty, even though the system does give the highest precision. We understand through experience that the perception of certainty leads to very bad actions in terms of not being nice to other people, which is considered essentially important. Francis is asking, I mean, honestly, I can't comment on that. I don't know. Uh, yeah, so just as Jude walked away on the personhood thing, I don't know how to answer that other than expose yourself to as many coherent ontologies or whatever you can call them, metaphysics as well, to get a sense of meta-analysis between the systems, and notably systems that function either allegedly or otherwise as axiomatic inference models. That's not meant to be like a end. It's meant to be a beginning. It's the perception of certainty. So the whole point of the system is to go, what's our best perceptual certainty? Then why is it actually not certain? And why does that actually not matter? And it's kind of like getting to the answer about, the God question, because there are actually great arguments on both sides. And maybe we can sort of get to a point where we're like, we don't solve it, but we bind the assertions in natural language such that we have an accounting for why we don't really expect to solve it. And that we're going to get probably closer have a smaller interval of absolute uncertainty with regards to the concept as we learn it better. Yeah, so hopefully that was how was that for a ramble, David?
Well, you should do your week in review. You could ramble, but start with just a week in review.
I have a hard time with that because it's like every week is identical, except for these things that I think about that are the particular things I think about that week. So
I mean, just like a newscast. So like if you turn on the news at 7, like the first before the first commercial break, they go over all the stories, and then in the rest of the hour, they go more into detail. So the same with radio. So if you turn into talk radio at the top of the hour, they go over all the stories they're going to talk about, and then over the hour, or if it's a longer
I
program,
feel
like
like dumb for not understanding this already.
yeah, I mean, it should be kind of basic. This was like a roadmap. Um, but yeah, so I mean, it's just basic communication theory, broadcast. That we can review like essay writing. Like this is what I'm gonna talk about, and then you talk about it. So like giving the person a roadmap, a thesis statement. So say get you like we can review. These are the things that I thought about this week. These are the things I would like to talk about, and then after you've finished all of them, then you talk about them. So you don't want to ramble before you finished your top of the hour.
That's a good point. So I will just
If you're gonna have guests or something, I mean, even if it's like okay.
One last question though for you. What do you, the tipping point? Have you read that?
It sounds familiar, although for some reason tipping point making me think of like peak oil or something. Was that like a
Well,
how
the thing
little
is,
things
like, I just want to
can
say
make a big
it was not
difference?
my intention to cause offense with recommending that book. And I feel like for the trillionth time, just to repeat once again, that I hope it's clear that I didn't intend for you to mimic the content in any way, shape, or form of that book. Welcome to the show, memes. Thanks for joining. Really happy that you're here. Anyway.
I never read this book, but I've sold it. I'm not sure if I have it currently for sale or I've
And
already
once again,
sold a
I don't
copy.
want the content of your book to reflect that either, but it's a good structure, length, pace to
And I
emulate
sell
for your
books
eventual
also,
book.
so like certain books like that, like I've sell, but I haven't actually read.
Well, I mean, you're a merchant. You're always getting merchandise coming through. If somebody wants, you do what it is. I've missed you guys.
When
Oh
it's more
my
popular,
God. I
it
was so
means
happy to see
you
that
got
message.
you
Somehow I
gotta
missed it. I get so
you
much
gotta
spam
open
on it.
up with a round as somebody's watching me. People want to hear your Michael Jackson interpretation. Somebody's watching me.
Now, they specifically came out with that song in 1984. Like that was done on purpose, right?
I was just looking at that today. Like I remember that I was a very young kid when that came out, and it stuck with me my whole life. Just like every time I get paranoid and like I feel like somebody's watching me, I have this Michael Jackson in the back of my mind. Somebody's watching me.
I just treat it as a Santa principle. It's like, all right, well, if somebody's gonna know if I'm naughty or nice, maybe you're nice. Just saying.
So that means we're not getting a Michael Jackson impersonation from you.
I'm not even going to attempt that, Doovid. It's me singing is just one of the things the world does not need.
Okay, so
Sorry, I was just about to
I
sneeze
saw
here.
I know Jennifer's a
Oh,
big
go ahead.
Power Rangers fan, so I saw that Frank, I guess came to a local GameStop and you put that on. Did you hit 1,000 subs yet? Looks like
Uh, no, I think it was probably like think it was 890 or something like that. I mean, it's getting there. Things will happen when they happen. I'm going more of the
Who's
long game
that
route.
vampire woman that has been like making fun of you? I played that clip.
Russ. She's big into like Game of Thrones, some of the other like fantasy series and stuff like that. One of my old YouTube buddies, God rest his soul, he had her on, and then I became aware of her. I'm like, well, I like Game of Thrones and stuff, and she'll occasionally do a live stream. Maybe I'll send her like a super chat or something like that, and she'll take things in a particular direction, and the group Deep
So
Lore
she's
joke is
responding to you in her chat.
right.
Those
The
clips
joke is
that are on your channel is her directly responding to you on her live program where you're in her chat.
mostly, and then other things within that conversation that I clip to one make it more fair use, and two make it a little bit sillier and uplifting and everything. No, but the joke is she's an ancient vampire because both will be like, "Oh, oh, you're so young," or something. She's like, "No, I'm ancient," and stuff. So I just play into that a little bit. It's an ongoing series I'll do with like other people. There's different inside jokes and stuff. So uh, the algorithm doesn't necessarily like that because it's like, all right, you're a comedy channel, and I'll throw a workout video that, so you're a workout channel. Okay, now I'm giving some science commentary and speculation, so you're a science channel. But ultimately, it gives me more of the freedom that if and when I do get monetized, that I can just talk about what I want.
Yeah, I finally started watching through the Stephen Wolfram, the what we've learned from the new kind of science, and I shared that, and I had waited because he was doing once every week,
Right.
and so it looks like he finally finished that, and now I'm already on chapter 11. I've been reading the book along with it, and I think at least two or three times he's answered questions from you. So it looks like you're in the chat occasionally, and he'll so I hear um, a lot of times I don't have the chat open. I'm not watching, so if you were in the chat, I didn't notice, but I'll see Wolfram's like answer a question from memes.
The thing that I like is, I mean, he does have a bit of a different take on things, but I mean, he is also Stephen Wolfram. So whether I'm usually there live, or like you said, occasionally, maybe if I miss it, I'll be just catching up just because like I'm more of kind of like an audio based learner, and I can hear something, he'll mention something, and then I'll go and actually investigate it, which one of the big things was maybe not this week, but I believe the previous week, he had mentioned something about giving away a prize for uh, at least according to Wolfram Research, the wider computational community, they have some questions still, but basically an individual that he awarded $25,000 to for proving that one of the machines highlighted in the new kind of science book, a was it two-state, three-color tape Turing machine, was in fact the simplest Turing machine.
Yeah, I guess if you're a Richard Feynman fan, like he's probably maybe even the person who knew Feynman the best that's still alive today, at least in terms of like a physics disciple. And as a kid, I was a big Richard Feynman. Like I love physics and science, and it was probably Feynman, the personality I affiliated with the most. And then as I became like more born again Jew, I uh, I fell away from. I still like Feynman. It was books. I still quote and read Feynman, but I feel he was a degenerate. And I even remember this Orthodox Jewish girl who I think she even got into Yale in a physics program, and she liked Feynman. And then like I was like, no, like Fein, like he was a good physicist, but he was a degenerate. And then like I showed her a book that like was like, no, he really was a degenerate, God forbid. So I became a little less of a Feynman fan, because I became more conservative in my values, and so like it's hard, he's kind of like I don't know.
He's plotting out equations while he's in the strip club and stuff. I mean, no, that's what that happened. That happened, at least according to everything that I've heard.
Yeah, I don't know if he was like Epstein or um like Weinstein degenerate, but
Didn't something come out about Schrodinger recently with an allegation of that sort? Am I remembering that right?
well, there's a difference between a person who you maybe had an affair or slipped for a minute versus like was really just a degenerate for decades. Like that was his personality, and that's how he treated women, and that was really his personality for probably his whole life. And even if you read his books, like saying like he's a degenerate, he writes about it in his own books, like he's proud of it. He
I mean,
tricking women out of tricking women into having sexual relations with them. Like he writes about that constantly in his books. Like he's proud of it.
no, you don't mislead people. That's the thing. What Tukins
But
and
he's kind of
both
open
want to
about.
do
I
is
mean, he's pretty open about it even. So it's not even like like
Yeah,
if
I
you
was
read his
right.
books, so I mean, if you mean like Einstein or something, okay, like maybe he had some indiscretions, um, and cheated on his wife or married or various things, but he wasn't like a degenerate his whole life, as opposed to Feynman, who was openly a degenerate, writes about being a degenerate.
see me personally. I don't really feel like I can criticize a man because I'm a total degenerate. But that's one of the
Are
things where it's like
you chronicling your degeneracy in the book form?
I am doing it on the internet. I'm not sure if that's
Um,
better or worse.
Were you
But
emulating, like saying
question.
you
Always
want to
good to
be a
have open
scientist
philosophical
womanizer?
questions.
Well, I mean, you could openly, like you're saying, like no, I'm like I desire to be a player. Like I'm not. You're not like an Epstein wannabe. You're not a criminal degenerate. But you're saying like no. I mean, one of the things you want to accomplish is you having sexual relations with as many women as possible.
so speaking about helicoidal collapses, let me just present.
I mean, Feynman, he wasn't like an Epstein degenerate, but maybe like, but I mean, but as I said, like I turned away in the youth. I thought that was kind of funny and even
So you're
emulated
basically
him.
saying on the basis of his personal life, I'm not open to his theory, or did I miss your point?
It turned him off.
No, I
We
was saying
didn't
that he
attempt
was
to
my
emulate
favorite
him.
scientist,
Yeah.
and as a kid, and no, as I mean, I could separate the man from his ideas and his accomplishments from his degeneracy. But saying that he was like one of my heroes when I was like a teenager, and after I went to Israel and became more religious, I no longer considered Feynman a role model, but I still appreciate his physics. And I don't know about Stephen Wolfram. Stephen Wolfram knew Feynman well. He studied under him. So now he's a physicist. He studied under. He knew him. He was at Caltech. He may even be
I
one of the
think he was
people
his
alive
advisor.
today
Yeah.
that knew Feynman. And I don't think Wolfram doesn't seem like a degenerate. Like I never heard Wolfram telling dirty jokes. But I think like like if like Richard Feynman would be like Brundlefly. If he was on Week in Review, he would be telling dirty jokes.
I mean, I have no idea, but all I know is I would occasionally ask him
You
about
haven't read his
Professor
book?
Feynman and stuff.
I was saying
I
like,
have
no,
not.
what
Yeah,
do you mean
yeah.
you have no idea? You say like you read his book, you follow him, like you don't think he would be telling dirty jokes if he was on Week in
I
Review?
mean, that would not surprise me in the least. But I get again, it's like the man is no longer with us, so I not
Honestly,
particularly.
he'd be coming on to debate with me about
Oh, that would
physics,
be
wouldn't he?
epic. Oh, that
Come
would be
on.
epic. I'd love to
I
see the
mean, what
chance.
else are we going to
No,
be talking
no, no, no,
about?
no. Well, my big thing is I would occasionally ask him different things about Dick Feynman. I've actually clipped out some of those things within some of my videos. But to get into this, here was something because Professor Wolfram had mentioned something about the prize award to the simplest Turing machine. And then I kind of looked that up, and it reminded me something that had gone over in I think this was the second edition of 44. Is it?
The product of the left pair of operators
Yeah.
equals the product of its right pair of operators. But for one supersymmetric Clifford torus, there exists an additional square symmetry, where one of its paired sets of operators also share an equality between them. The null cone of this maximally square symmetric Clifford torus defines the projected division boundary of the n hypersphere of maximal volume.
Okay.
The other minimal hypersurfaces embedded in this geometry, those that play a role in the helicoidal collapse from R4 to R3, are found by generalizing the Clifford torus via the method of separation of variables. These are all the minimal hypersurfaces that can be obtained by the method of separation of variables.
Pause for a second. Clifford torus. Can we get a quick reminder of what that is? That's not the HF8 complement, is it?
No. It's hold on. it's basically people usually just say Taurus, but this is basically I believe it's based on Clifford algebra. Hold on, let me. I actually didn't even show the part that I wanted there. I skipped ahead, but it's a spinny thing that gives you a headache. So hold on, it's this guy, right? As I'm anthropomorphizing the frickin' Taurus there, like you were just saying, it's the topological
I'm just going from
thing.
my own experience, and like I got a D plus in topology. Now, granted, there were reasons, political reasons. I don't want to go into them. It has to do with the French language, etc. But this is not the hyperbolic figure eight, not a compliment. This is a shifting perspective on what appears to be a torus.
The whole thing about this particular object is it can be embedded in R2. So basically, if you have an R2
Is
plus
this the
R2,
holographic principle?
I believe so. I
Okay,
believe
so
this
we
is
want to stick to that because we have two definitions of flat that are pretty much incompatible. There's basically two ways something can be flat. That is two-dimensional and that is without curvature. So I think what Memes is saying is that even though this thing right now is embedded in, well, what are we going to say? R3 plus 1 to distinguish space and time. And we're also going to say it is informationally projectable onto. It's informationally isomorphic to.
I hold on. I was doing another thing on another tab there. Ask that one more time, Jen. I'm sorry.
That surface is informationally isomorphic to.
I don't know.
R2. That's what you just said,
Oh,
right?
yes.
What's the hint is that it's a flat surface. And so it's in some sense not isomorphic to S2, but I don't know what the right word is. But anyway, please continue if you had another point about this.
Okay, yeah. No. Hold on. I need to go back to the other thing. I wasn't doing the right part of the video there. I apologize. I skipped ahead just a little bit. Okay, now we're at the correct timestamp. Here we go. Okay. And boom.
As a helicoidal product surface, the Clifford torus defines the simplest and most symmetric flat embedding of a Cartesian product of two circles. That is, it defines the simplest connection between two circles, each of which possess their own independent embedding space, resulting in a product space that's R4, the four-dimensional hyperbolic spacetime of general relativity. But that's not the end of the story. Since this helicoidal surface connects two circles of significantly different size, the chiral connection of its rotation operator is highly asymmetric, causing the Cartesian product of these two circles to twist into an R3 torus. Under asymmetric chiral connection, this is unavoidable. The first circle in that connection consumes x and y, leaving only one independent axis, z, available to the second circle. This quickly collapses the R4 domain into an R3 projection. That is, a torus embedded in R3 is an asymmetric reduced dimension projection of the maximally symmetric Clifford torus embedded in R4.
Okay. Now, all I know is I had gone back and I was listening to that again, and I heard that, and I'm listening, and I'm like, that's interesting. And then I came across an article that Professor Wolfram had written actually about 15 years ago now, in reference to when he was talking about the proving of the simplest universal Turing machine. And the first thing that drew me to it was naively the sheer fact that it was a two-state, three-color tape, and I'm like, that adds up to 5, and those are the things that Thad uses and stuff. So that was a very naive connection. But what I ended up finding out that apparently young Alex Smith, a 20-year-old from Birmingham, UK, he submitted a proof, and they went back and forth, and it almost kind of sounded a little bit like peer review, except with Team Wolfram. But essentially, this machine, under its initial conditions, is not technically a universal Turing machine. It's not capable of universal computation. However, there is a method to set it up so that I believe, and Doooovid could correct me on this, I believe it's the compiler or something. So basically, the way this machine was set up is it sets a parameterization, then within its coding, it actually self-restarts, and after it has that compilation and it restarts, then it is capable of universal computation. And as I was processing that, I'm like, wait, hold on, wait. So once the parameters of whatever realm of computation or persistence is set up, then something occurs that is built into the system, and then it becomes capable of universal computation. Maybe it's me just looking for some connection and to justify listening to all those hours of listening to Team Wolfram talking about Turing machines, which honestly, it just bored me. I'm just like, what is the point? What is the purpose of this? But I'm like, it, if a 2-3 Turing machine that basically sets the parameterizations of the system self restarts and then is capable of universal computation, it just kind of reminded me what Thad was saying, where once the system of parameterization is set up, it's unavoidable that you'll essentially, according to him, basically end up with a realm of persistence that's, at least I claim, is capable of generating universal computation. I know, I just thought it was neat.
Yeah, Doovid, I don't know if you had any comments on the
I'm not sure
Wolfram
what
project as
PCE
such.
is, or even what he means universal computation, like whether it's like a big word that doesn't really mean that much.
Turing complete. So that basically it is capable of, given enough time and AKA an infinite length of tape, it is capable of doing any type of computation that is available. I'm bringing the definition of Turing machine. I realize I just threw just a lot of random stuff out there with basically no context.
Well, you played Thad's thing.
Well, the thing is, like it's saying, it's basically it sets up, and this is what a lot of the wider computational community has an issue with, because it in and of itself is not capable. But Wolfram Research, at least, they were saying that since it automatically restarts, because normally you're not allowed to just say, okay, I set up this system, I'm going to physically restart it, because now you're interacting with the machine. You are adding in an additional component yourself. The claim is with this machine is that it sets up a compiler to parameterize things, and then it automatically restarts and then emerges as essentially a Turing machine that can or do universal computation. So, and this was from, like, what was it, 2007, I think? Yeah. I just thought it was
Yeah, we
neat.
have that circularity of computation, Turing machine, human consciousness. There's the question of to what extent, and I'm realizing based on this further discourse today that Doovid and I've had, that that's the nature of what we were talking about last time, is where do we delineate between computation and consciousness?
What if it's like active inference, where they're going to be like Paul, and he was everything to everybody, and you're saying, okay, it's just a computational method. It's not everything to everybody. It's not really you're doing that much to protect their things. It's just a computational method. Um, and then you're just talking about it like it's it's going to be everything to everyone. Like
Well, you can argue that I would
just a
argue that this has
statistical
been the
method.
raison d'etre of many disciplines, going back to, what was his name, the guy who invented the telephone, sort of renowned as an inventor.
Alexander Graham Bell.
Yeah, it's been like he basically oversold what his goods, and he figured that he was selling products he didn't have invented yet. That seems to have taken off as a basic methodology. So anyway, saying is that this isn't Meme's fault, but fundamentally, yeah.
I mean, if you want to call it like a conformal mapping, or even not a conformal mapping, just a mapping, is a computational method, and any sort of computation could be mapped towards his system and then computated, and so that's kind of what I'm getting out of it. But he's pitching it like like it's everything to everyone, as opposed to just a computational method.
Right. I just thought it was neat that basically the simplest, at least claim Turing machine, and Thad's
Not to
big
understate
pitch
the
is
value of
basically,
computational method, or even like, active inference as a statistical method. It's like, wow, this is a really great statistical or, computational method. But like, that's all it is, and that's all it could be used for.
Yeah, so what
Like,
I think what Doovid is saying is that computation doesn't say anything about consciousness, and consciousness is more fundamental than computation.
Oh, I mean, I ain't making
Well, I
no
didn't even
claims about
mention that.
consciousness with that, but
I'm saying, like, I mean, if anything that uses computation, if it's a useful computational method, that anytime you need computation, you could map it to his method, and if you need to, you're saying, if computation is doable without mapping it to his uh, you know universal method, but if you don't even have a benefit to map it to his method, um, and most things aren't going, so if he's trying to say certain scientific difficulties where we currently use one computational method and we're hitting roadblocks, that by using his computational method, that possibly those roadblocks won't be there, and it's like that could be possible, or it's more universal because various problems use different computational methods, and if the scheme of the various computational methods that are used across science, that if you mapped all of them to his computational method, that there would be less difficulties.
oh, a lot of it came up because this was one of the machines that Professor Wolfram had pointed out from a new kind of science there, and because one of the things he said is, except for like the simplest of compiler parameters, I believe he says here, the code is extremely bulky and everything. But do you not think that if you had something that could run for an infinite amount of time, as long as it was could set up an efficient compiler, could maybe if it was linked to some form of a neural net, or I'm not sure the actual engineering components of that, do you not think given an infinite amount of time it may be able to achieve something akin to consciousness? Or I don't know.
No, I mean, that was the point I was making about machine intelligence and an iterative
I only came in
algorithm.
halfway through, I'm sorry.
That is saying you could use machine intelligence. I mean, one thing he's saying, it's just an algorithm, and the algorithm will say exists in our human mind. It might be the product of a human mind, but it's kind of its separate intellectual idea. It's an algorithm that has uses, and it could be programmed into a computer. So this algorithm that me and you could maybe do a few iterations and see some use to it, or some estimative method, versus programming it into a computer that could do billions of iterations. And if it has a feedback mechanism, or some sort of machine learning component programmed into the algorithm, that so to say, it could learn from the environment. And so
I
the
mean,
computer is just circuit logic that is being used to perform the algorithm, and that because it's a computer could have memory and processing powers available to it. So Wolfram designed the algorithm, and he programs it into the computer, and compiling is I guess like the go between the programming language and the machine language, because say like the machine language works in circuit logic, as opposed to the programming language works in a code logic, which isn't circuit logic. So compiling means when the code is transferred to circuit logic, and then there's a back and forth after the circuit logic is performed, it's transferred back to a human intelligible form. And so if you're talking about, well, what can the circuit logic, by iterating this algorithm and possibly having a feedback mechanism that takes information from the environment, and there's many methods. The computer could take information from the environment by us programming it into it, or through devices like sensors, cameras, pressure, any form of sensor that gets information from the environment, and what happens when the computer runs the algorithm over and over again? What type of information is the algorithm going to come up with? And so to say, the computer is just the device that's performing the algorithm, and then
Like, I guess you weren't paying attention before, but Doovid basically denied the premise of a neural net is emulating a biological system based on just how necessarily, like, structurally dissimilar a computer is from consciousness. So I guess, Doovid, you're kind of saying consciousness is, if
yeah,
it's
it's got
connected to
nothing to do with
computation from a
consciousness.
computer, there's no self-evident connection at present. Is that more or less what you're
It's
saying?
got nothing to do with consciousness, and it's like a Turing machine in and of itself.
Well,
Turing
it's
machine is
constantly
a Turing
updating
machine
its
isn't
Yeah,
model.
see,
biomimicry.
Doovid is probably even more skeptical than I am of the applicability of this framework.
Yeah, but so even if the computer could answer all questions, it's not going to become conscious.
What's it lacking?
Well, I'm a dualist, so I would say consciousness exists
We got to be
in a
careful about what we're even talking about here.
in a what how do you even define consciousness? But it's saying that if you want to define consciousness as the controller, that the computer is just performing the algorithm, and even if the algorithm deciphers some sort of truth, that the computer is not going to, um, even if you could program even a will into the computer, where the computer could, so to say, even update its own code according to its own algorithm, that that's not how I understand consciousness. Consciousness is some sort of self and identity, and that the algorithm can't
Are you
emerge
basically saying, like, structurally he's never meeting that burden of proof? Is it basically reducing to your dualism argument that there are parts of consciousness that are just inaccessible in that modality?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it like this, that like the consciousness that is me or you doesn't exist in the material realm, and there's no way that the circuit logic or iteration of an algorithm is going to create a non-material I.
I don't
So
know if you can see how that
if you're a
pops out of
material, so you
his
think that the
beliefs
I
there means.
emerges from some material process, so then you're looking at, well, maybe a computer could also have this emergent quality of an I. So as a dualist, I was like, no, the I doesn't emerge from some sort of a material property, and even if you have the greatest algorithm ever, there's no way that an I will emerge from that.
So it requires a component of spirit.
Well, that's my definitional understanding of consciousness.
Aren't you also going to say that words can't encompass the fundamental distinction? That fundamental dualism transcends words?
Hmm.
Well, you could say, I was saying, if you want to put it in simpler terms, material can't create spirit. So that, like, it doesn't matter how great the material um, device is, it can't create spirit.
Yeah, there we go. So, I mean,
And
I
then
don't
even
want to say
how
Doovid
you
has like a
understand spirit.
doctrinal biased judgment
Oh no,
against Wolfram.
I'm
Is
not saying
basically
you're wrong. I
what is
also don't
Wolfram?
want.
Okay, what's Wolfram's core thesis?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay,
It,
so why
it,
are
it,
you coming here asking us to explain Wolfram's core thesis?
no, it was just we got to the point where it was. I'm not even sure where we got into consciousness there. I was going more of kind of like the physical realm of persistence and the simple.
The distinction
Basically,
is that if a model doesn't contain consciousness, okay, we don't know what the information means. Because even if a model includes consciousness, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. It just means that it includes one of the ingredients it needs to include to be coherent. That's
Well,
the level on
that's the
which we're
thing.
talking about these concepts, in my understanding.
To put it as everything to everybody, it's a computational method, and if you want to say it's capable of solving problems, and that might even be problems about consciousness, doesn't mean that it could create consciousness. So if you have a computational method, and
Nobody
somehow,
said anything about computers creating consciousness. This is about what does the theory mean? And why is Memes talking about it right now? Because I'm not even sure he knows. I mean, no offense.
Well, that's what
Go on.
you're saying. You want to portray something as within its realm. So if it's just a computational method, it could solve problems, um, but that's all it could do.
Okay.
It could make computation just like the Turing machine, a universal Turing machine, that even if it was capable of making any computation, that's still all it could do. And just because it could solve any single problem doesn't mean that like it could do an impossibility, like make a square circle or have the material create spirit.
Yeah. So that's the level on which I would try to engage with the ideas, Memes. I mean, if you want to learn something.
See, my thing is from at least my understanding, and again, I could be completely misinterpreting all of this. That's actually statistically probably likely the case, but from what I've understood from Thad is our realm of persistence is basically the quote unquote, at least it was on video, the simplest universe. It was
I know,
basically
but what is persistent?
us.
No, we aren't persistent.
Well, we
Do you think you've
persist in
existed
some
since the
form.
beginning? Do you think you've existed since the beginning of the universe? Because that's
In
odd.
what form? I
Well, I
mean,
put
wouldn't
it
that be consciousness?
in possibly his way of looking at it, because like I'm saying I disagree, but if he's saying that consciousness arises from the physical and is the result of an emergent quality of some really complicated
I don't think he
computation.
wants to say anything about consciousness because
But
he
we're
wants
saying
to
if
do it
that's
for
what he's
physics.
saying,
I don't think
if
it is.
that's
I
what
don't
he's
think he wants
saying,
to talk about consciousness because physics
well,
has
he might.
basically said we're not
No,
talking
that
about
might be what he's
consciousness or
saying.
materialism. That's why
That might
philosophy
be
is
what he's saying.
I'm willing to go there.
Well,
My
that's
thing
the
is,
point.
I don't want it to
I'm
be
saying
right just
something
because
different.
I want it to be right.
If he's saying that consciousness is in reality just a computation, and if you could solve that computation, you could create consciousness.
I really
And
don't
so,
think I've ever heard him say anything remotely close to that. He tends to be relatively grounded for a theoretical physicist. He's always looking for analogies in procedural mathematics, which inspires me with hope because it tells me his focus is in the right place with regards to the importance of process relational identity versus random spirit, substance ontology, God knows what. Not pointing fingers here, just saying.
and that's the point that I keep on making about biomimicry, because like that's the T jump, the main.
Ironically, this is the point about definitional regress being limited, and you're kind of making my point more. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, because I made my point. That's what I think, but it's like I understand what the other people are saying, and if you're saying it's an emergent quality of like active inference or
Implying people know what the word
predictive
emergent
mind,
means and are using it more specifically than this
I
other
keep
thing you're
on
taking
there's
issue
no
with.
evidence that neurons function as logical.
There's no evidence that neurons function as the mediator of consciousness, period. That doesn't mean that neural nets don't function better than traditional computers because they emulate in even a tiny structural way the physical modality of the brain. The claim was about whether it was attributed by I mean, if we're not allowing self-identity anymore on the basis of a technicality, do you see the door that opens?
Yes, I'm just, if you clearly express what you're saying, and then you could say the competing theories.
Okay.
And so if you do think that the brain operates according to circuit logic and that consciousness emerges from some form of circuit logic, and in that sense, then then you could reasonably assume that some form of computer artificial circuitry could also produce consciousness in the way that they're proposing that neurons in the human brain function. And that's not your theory. Fine, that's not your theory, but saying that's to some extent the mainstream theory.
I mean, I was just introducing it because I kind of thought it was neat there. But
well, it's just
apparently
to me, it's just confusing people because I'm just listening to what that's saying. It's not making much sense to me. You're saying that there's what was it? Enduring. I don't want to misquote you. You said there was a substance permanent
my
at
big
some
thing
time?
is once you set the parameters of basically persistence, whatever the most best fitting word is, you unavoidably get to a thing
persistence.
that projects into,
Yeah,
or at
so
least
listen to
creates
me.
the
So
great
that means,
sphere.
listen, I get that, but that means you have to axiomatize persistence as that shape, as the complement to the figure eight knot. That is the
Right.
sole persistent thing. Everything else is not persistent. Everything else is
Well,
mutable. That's what you're supposed to take from that theory.
but isn't it Turing complete, or at least
Turing complete is meaningless because it's a self-referential definition based on an incomplete model of consciousness. I don't know how many ways we can say it. Do you understand what I'm saying, Doovid? Because I totally understand that. To me, it's often very clear in my own perception. And other people, it's not clear to them. That's on me. That's fine.
Well, you have to separate, okay, this is what you're saying, and then to clearly, accurately say what the other person's saying, and then to differentiate where you and the other theory are in disagreement.
65 years later.
And then saying people don't understand what you're saying, and they don't think that you're giving an accurate view or recap of what the other person's saying, then it's kind of just error. It's meaningless. So this is Doovid's view.
I understood what
multiple
was
truth
said. I
hypothesis.
just
This
don't
is
think it's
Doovid's
indicative
view.
of a tremendously
This
deep
is
amount
this
of
school's
insight as to the
view.
regards of the theory.
This
I
is
don't
their
understand
area
what the point
of
of bringing it up is.
to explore?
To explore what?
competing theories of how to understand reality, or how to
This is not a
advance.
completing theory. This is a theory that I am citing as evidence in the same way I cite Hameroff's model as a precedent for my own ideas. I'm saying the sole form, which is persistent, is the complement to the hyperbolic figure eight knot. That's what that is saying.
And if it's technically a closed system, I mean, if thermodynamics
It is closed
correct,
in a
isn't it
way. Listen to
going
me.
to?
It's non-local and it's closed. There is a sole non-local closed geometric form, and that's it.
But wouldn't that be capable of universal computation?
Okay. Again, you're forgetting the key point here. What does computation mean?
Computing.
Again, it's beyond the point that we're trying to get to here. Is it's beyond language. Language can only serve as examples. That language is structurally not suited to handle certain ideas, and that there needs to be this synthetic dialect, which other people call languages for whatever reason, but I call it a synthetic dialect, needs to be imposed on top of the language to get that actual precision where we can confidently approach greater certainty that we're even referring to the same conceptual content over
That's what when we
generational
get back to
conversation.
talking about the self, it's the difference between identity and self. And identity is an aspect of self, how it's presented. So if you look at language, there's like the self of the idea, what it actually is, and then there's its identity of how it's presented. And so if you're looking at a theory, and then you need words in a language to present that theory, to transfer that theory to through the use of communication. The theory has a self, the theory itself, and then it has its identity, and the self is its essence, and its identity is what is you communicated or transferred to others. That is just one aspect of its true self.
I often stay away from consciousness because I hear you two talking about it, and I'm like, I really want
Consciousness
that
is
to
like
be
the
true,
self.
but I don't want to just jump in because I
Why
want
would you think
something
it's
to be
not true? I
true.
literally remember the stuff from my past life. How much truer do you want? Like, what does it even mean? To me, what's better than being able to remember something from a past life?
I just don't necessarily happen to have that personal experience.
But if you look
So
into
it's
the
hard for
the
me
Because
to
you don't
tell.
know anything that you can remember across a lifetime.
consciousness is like yourself, and your identity is what is presented to others. So I don't know yourself, your consciousness, because that's only accessible to you, your internal workings. I know your identity as it's presented. And so saying, okay, I don't want to talk about yourself, your consciousness, because I don't have any access to that. I'm going to talk about your identity because that's what's presented to me.
That was why I was kind of showing the little thing here. Again, this is more automata theory, but as far as I can understand, if you were going to attempt to communicate to another human being what's going on, the best you can kind of do is combinatorial logic.
Here's
Because
what I realized is
no,
going to be a huge bottleneck in using the modality purely of natural language is that there's no successfully validated means of establishing what meaning natural language conveys in its own modality.
oh, well, the
But
thing,
okay, I'll rephrase it. The idea that language conveys meaning is just an illusion. Okay,
well, that
I know that
explains a lot
sounds
of the
probably
internet.
ridiculous. Does
No,
that
no,
sound
no, no. I
ridiculous?
know. That makes so much perfect sense because you look at just okay, you get millions, if not billions, of people around there. Everybody has their own unique life experience as well, and they've encountered so many different things. What one person hears of as a particular word is one thing, and just even not even being able to necessarily agree on a particular color because apparently there also happen to be some folks that happen to be gals out there that have like either additional rods or codes so they can see additional colors that other people cannot. So how would one as an observer be able to observe something that they do not have the capacity to observe?
You got to
It,
walk somebody down the chairs thing. Okay, so you got to have a facility with an extant metaphorical basis to make your point. Not everybody's going to hear the point, but basically, what you want to do is get someone to a point where they can agree with you that one chair exists, but actually no chairs exist. Because the only things in the materiality we have access to is chair-like substances, which are defined on a fuzzy interval boundary, whatever, fuzzy boundary to interval. Excuse me, gosh, did that make any sense?
well, it doesn't seem like we always go back to Plato.
Because we have an extremely reductionist notion of what is entailed by reasoning. But just bear with me. You're trying to make the argument that we're appealing to uh, immutable forms. So there's one immutable form of a chair, and every other chair is a shadow of that. Like all the chairs we've ever seen are shadows of that one. That makes sense?
Would we each have a same or different form of chair?
When it becomes a chair is when it's conventionally agreed to as being a chair. Like
Okay.
a rock could be a chair if literally the only thing the rock's being used for is, Joe Blow sitting on it,
Large enough pillow.
and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
really important to him in his life. It's functionally it's fundamentally a process relational framework. So it's the process of using it as a chair, i.e., in a way that we could point to it and say, "Get your dirty hand off my chair," and both know that we meant the same phenomenal object, if you will. I'm sorry, these examples are like I haven't really worked them
No,
out
no,
too
no, no,
bad, so
no,
they're a
no,
little
no, no, no,
rusty, but
no, no, no.
I
It makes
think we need to figure out where someone stands on the question or the fact, the demonstrable, perhaps indirectly fact that the perception that language conveys meaning is just a perception. It does convey something, and there is information in what language conveys, but it's not what we perceive it to off the bat. And a beginner will have an expectation of high certainty that can be conveyed that eventually will switch once they become sort of learned in what certainty entails.
so. What you're saying is it's all relative, brah.
There is a recursive um, modality or method that I could definitely see why you'd want to use the term relative. I wouldn't, but I can see why you'd want to.
I feel like it's a superficial mimetic that could at least maybe reorient some folks, but it requires additional corrections. You are correct.
The
Um,
idea is that you're trying to get people on board with the idea that the way we recognize meaning in language is through things that materially don't exist, like chairs. Everything is like a chair in the sense that there's only really one of them, but actually only zero of them because the fact that a chair exists is a conventional truth. It's not on the same level of a truth as helium exists. Do you agree with that?
oh no, no, I mean, you can essentially break down everything, but for our
This is the no,
conceptualization,
no, 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 no. It's very strict logic. It's helium can exist without chairs.
mhm.
Chairs can't exist without helium.
Oh, the
Because
hierarchy. Okay.
every single atom happens at once in my model. That's dependent arising. A chair has no. Why would there be no concept of a chair? Because we can only exist in a place where the periodic table exists. So the existence of a chair is dependently arising on the
saying
existence of the QMPT.
Yeah, I mean, you're not, I mean, you're giving your own possible take on it, but I mean, the classic Platonic sense or a dualistic sense, I mean, the chair could be in the form, or the potentiality doesn't have to have the actuality. So the form or the idea of the chair exists in the non-material realm, even if there isn't a material chair, the potentiality still exists.
I mean, couldn't a helium atom be a chair?
Yeah, exactly. That's why the final argument is there's not even one chair, there's 0 chairs. That's the final argument, but you're not going to get to a point where everybody, like, not everybody can understand that level of abstraction. I'm just saying, get through the door. If you can get through the door of somebody accepting the basis one, that what we tend to point to in language are atemporal things like chairs, and that these things don't have a material existence, so we are falsely identifying constructs in materiality that aren't immutable. And then you want to say there exists a unique immutable form which is localized geometry, and it's this thing.
So is this where the 0, 1, and infinity discussion you all were having earlier? I
The
came in, like,
argument, not
partway
quite,
through.
but the argument reduces to something that's been made before, but I could just restate it as, like, we are bound by our physicality due to our, like, we have a malperception due to physicality, and we want to associate an immutable identity where it doesn't exist. So I'm saying we're not getting past this emotional impulse. Let's just shift that belief onto the target that can actually bear it, because it is truly an immutable form which derives all the information that you keep getting so excited about. And I want to give you a vehicle to get excited about it. I'm just saying, like, you don't need to transcend consciousness to incorporate consciousness that isn't going to in a way that doesn't ultimately undermine the purpose of your model.
I have a model.
Well, whatever you want to call Wolfram's thing. You could call it a
Oh, no, no.
sub-ontology.
This somebody
You
just had a
call it a
submission that was
computational
no.
framework. Like, you know, like, that's one of the sort of the steps of comprehension, is that there's a limit to what individual terms in terms of informational load can bear in any given language, especially English. So English actually has a really good strength that you can pretty much, because it's so loose in how it works, like for rules for assembling sentences, it's almost always going to a state of higher entropy to learn English from a different language. So it's universalizable, but in that sense, the information content per word relative to other languages, what does that mean? Relatively low. We don't want to go in a direction that the language doesn't support, but we have all this math stuff. But we have to draw the right conclusions from it. So what is the right conclusion to draw from the fact that there exists a unique, how many different constructs do we represent that we think are immutable and have form? Personhood is one of them. Chickenhood is one of them. Have I made my point? Like, I don't want to ramble forever here, but yeah.
I mean, are those unmutable, or like you're talking about the conceptualizable?
We are fine
Form.
if you want to be a Platonist and say that chickens are immutable, that's fine. But the materialists can just say, well, they're dependently arising with humans, and I reject your Platonism, and that's fine. I want a trans-Platonic paradigm. Like, Platonism does work, but it's not like the be-all, end-all, except in the sense that I think, like, it will help to associate the intrinsic belief in a immutable, you know, whatever you want to call it, form, identity, whatever. This thing, in a very real sense, is immutable.
Where do you think is the bridge?
Because right now the chair is mutable. The chair's not immutable. The chair's
Okay.
only immutable in a synthetically Platonic sense. We don't want to have to appeal to, say, a synthetic Platonism. We want to say, sure, I can be conversant in Platonism, and it's fine if you want to specialize in Platonism. I would say, like, It's personal preference. That there are advantages to Platonism, but then there's also like problems with it. Vagaries, right? Emotional vagaries. But what I'm trying to get people more on board to like acknowledge is just emotionalism being intrinsic and that it's subject to logic, and that that's essentially what the emotional impetus to language is, the desire to convey information. But
I
it's
don't know.
also
I mean, all I know is I'm pretty sure the functionality. This is probably also kind of one could view it as like the best Turing machine. I don't know. Most complex, least complex.
I would call it a possibly, one of the more complete models you could have for Brahman with attributes.
See, I'm not familiar with those aspects and stuff, and that's one of the reasons I come here to learn.
Well, did my point get made about the language not
Oh,
conveying
language can only convey so much and stuff. I mean, if we could literally just have ourselves completely entangled with our minds so we could just literally understand everything that's going on, kind of like the plug yourself into the matrix, be like, I know Kung Fu, even though that's not even the direct example. That's just more of an upload, but it'd be kind of the same principle.
I'm not sure. I'm just like, to me, this is just materialism. This is establishing that there is a cosmic ego and it has a non-trivial form.
Right.
Um,
I see. I that's the thing. I'm not really playing around in the spiritual and stuff like that. I'm observing and stuff like that. And as much as I may want the stuff that y'all are talking about to be true, I just don't want to jump in right away and just be like, this I'm jumping in because I want this to be true. I need to see the bridge.
well, okay, the bridge. But I'm piggybacking off what that's saying. I'm not contradicting anything that's saying.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just before I'm like, okay, for this to be true, and part of it is my own aversion to, I want this to be true, so I'm hesitating.
Okay, imagine a universe where our planet doesn't exist yet because it hasn't materialized yet and it's just like absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Only in a very abstract, like synthetic Platonistic sense do chairs exist. We'll just put that to the side for now and say that, well, a chair was a chair when like it was used as a chair.
Okay.
So the chair is temporary.
Are we excluding panpsychism?
These are models within panpsychism. I'm not saying it's a perfect model. It's not.
Okay.
It's really not a perfect model. Sorry, why would that contradict panpsychism though?
No, just because I'm saying like if a rock from space hits a planet that's not the Earth, and unless we're assuming that there are no planets, technically once it comes to rest, isn't kind of using the planet as a chair.
Yeah, but that's not the point.
No, I understand. I understand. I'm being a little nitpicky there, but if we're trying to figure out quote unquote everything
Look,
or
I
the best
understand that
approximation.
ultimately the view that there are no chairs or that the one chair that exists is eternal. I understand that that view you could argue is more, better or whatever. But the point is here that we're taking into account the material basis of our observations as well. So we don't want to restrict ourselves to something that can be made to sound absurd. And to me, it does sound absurd that you could create an arbitrary number of constructs. So there are issues either way with 0 or 1, because conceptually, maybe we can't conceive of 0 the same way we can conceive of 1 and 2 and 3 and so forth. I feel like we're really off the track of what was originally
Oh
being
no!
said.
I love the
Like,
discussion before I came, and I apologize for throwing off because I heard 0, 1 infinity. I heard Doovid literally talking about like the identity and separating and parameterizing, and then you sent me a link, and I ruined everything. But it's about par for the course, and I actually need to go hit the hay and get up for work in the morning. But thank you so much for having me, Jen. It's good to chat with you all. Doovid, thank you so much. I look forward to hearing your full
no,
breakdown
I
of
didn't
like.
think you ruined everything. I thought it was a really good chance to talk, but if you could like understand what I said or tell me what doesn't make sense about what I said, that would work rather than just reasserting Wolfram's thing and Thad's thing. It's like I've heard them they need to understand their own models before I can really be of any help there.
Well, they're also still learning and exploring and everything, and this is one of the things I'm trying to again go on a bit more, maybe agnostic or whatever word or phraseology you want to use. And again, just whenever I feel something and it draws me in, it's like, okay, why is it drawing me in? Is this true? Am I just going to pitch this as speculation? Or if it feels right and it explains a lot, and it seems to be one of those things where it's like, okay, we're getting into the spiritual realm. It's like, I'd love to jump in, but at the same time, I'm like, I pause. Just, I don't know, maybe it's just me. But all I know is, again, the more and more I learn about science, the more I believe in God. So, I mean,
You could
just
take
my opinion.
pieces of wisdom from anything. You want to be a systematic thinker. I just took this course on Krav Maga. I'm taking another one like martial arts, and it's like
Good
for
stuff.
you could learn techniques from all different type systems, but then if you want to, be an expert, saying like no, there's multiple different systems, and you could be like MMA, and you have a conglomeration of techniques from various systems, or you could master systems where you could function completely within one system. And if you're so okay, you're just interested in your learning, and it's confusing because you're taking tidbits from various systems, but it's problematic because the systems might have conflicting axioms, or like you need multiple truth hypothesis, or to an expert you sound confused because you're piecing together fragments from different systems. And let's say you were an expert and you did understand that these fragments came from competitive systems, and you could break it down, that you just say like, okay, well, now from the Platonic aspect, or from this aspect, or from this aspect, or from this school of thought. Um, and that could just be the nature, like there's going to be schools of thought, and you'll find various useful ideas or techniques from all sorts of schools of thought, even though there's contradictions between the schools of thought. And so that's the level of scholarship. You're just a person who's seeking wisdom, or ideas, to real scholarship, where you understand the origin and the systems that the ideas arise from, and then even the contradictions. So like, here I am, a materialist, but I'm taking things from a spiritual system, or the opposite. And to live with those contradictions, or to have that scholarship to deal with it. And saying, even if you had the scholarship, you're going to need something like the multiple truth hypothesis, because you say, well, unfortunately they're conflicting systems. So like this aspect of Judaism and this aspect
Yeah, I'm
of
so sad because he's saying like, oh, you're invoking God. It's like, I thought I was doing this all through consciousness. I'm like, I am really sorry that I got cranky, and please don't be discouraged, memes. I do think you're doing really well. Like, honestly, people are doing really good. A+.
Oh, thanks. But I'm gonna run. I'll be
Yeah, thanks for
meandering
stopping
around
by.
listening
Blessings.
for a
Talk to
bit.
you
So
soon, and I hope we can talk about that DM that you sent me, that so I can figure out exactly what you mean.
yeah, see,
I
that's
have
the
a
thing.
good feeling
My
about it.
brain's all over the place. So, but good chatting with you all again. Be safe, and may God bless everyone. We'll see you.
Yeah, so I guess I can, yeah, that kind of got derailed for a very long time. I'll just quickly go over all my stuff that I have here. I hope I don't have the same problem. Okay, so Professor Faye Dowker, speaking of Wolfram, had a chat with him, and she seems to actually have some pretty good insight on physics. So I was impressed by her interview with Wolfram.
Well, that interview was a few years ago, or there
Uh,
was something
yeah,
like
it's
I
a few
looked.
years old, but I was still impressed. Hadn't seen it yet, and I was happy to see like just the style of discourse, I guess. So I don't really have too much to say about that. It was really just I guess I'm happy to see any researcher have like good insight about whatever. And the fact that physics talks about a limited amount of things and is restricted to material physicality doesn't mean it doesn't give information. Like all things, it's simply a matter of how one looks at it. So here's another thing I was having some fun with. My generalized model about, well, what's the basic building block of a model? And it's a boundary that undergoes minimal deformation. Because we know that we can't model stuff with rigid boundaries because the rigid boundary that is by the, center of mass is actually excluded for reasons of the uncertainty principle, which is really just nothing more exotic than matter is subject to vibration. So it would take a while again to explain. I'll just do what was recommended. Did you watch that Sam Vat, whatever that guy, the guy with the chronon? I think I sent you that video, the chronon field theory. That he said everything. It just reminded me of like a consciousness-based theory because he said his model was able to handle everything in terms of a single chronon, which is like an indivisible unit of time.
Yeah, I think I watched it, although it didn't seem that intelligible. Another one of these like Paul everything to everyone, and you try to be everything to everyone and you're nothing to nobody. So it was hard to make anything.
Are you saying because it's like nobody's gonna have a unified field model, or this unified field model is not much? So I've got it in the chat. People can check it out if they want to. It's, to me, just, I mean, I spent hours talking to someone who claimed to have a unified field model the other day, and I couldn't get past like his second axiom. I couldn't get past his first axiom, I don't think. So the fact that this is even written out at all, and it sort of just happened to be like glanced back on due to people researching it, I guess because it's a theory of quantized time, I'd just be interested in it for its own sake because it's so rare, I guess. We don't usually see anything other than a, like, I guess what they call like pseudo Riemannian manifolds. I'm not even sure if that's the right way to refer to it, but axiomatizing a non-point or particle construct for time is quite unusual. It does pop out of like arguably pops out of the uncertainty principle, but there's a difference computationally between axiomatizing an irreducible time quantum and that popping out of something like delta E, delta T is less than h bar, and so forth. So anyway, we don't have to belabor that. I was just interested, and yeah, he's got a YouTube. So that's all on the link if people want to check it out. Yeah, I don't even know what this is. Some link that I probably never checked out. Oh yeah, I've been reading up on Bertrand Russell, who seems to have a lot of influence. It's really amazing how many of his ideas are like repeated verbatim. I don't know if you are ever interested in reading these Plato Stanford.edu entries.
I read them sometimes. I've read Russell off and on.
And not really up your alley, not metaphysically dense enough.
No, I mean, you have to do due diligence. And
you think he's
Russell's
like Goodell tier?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the enshrined names of logic and mathematics. Probably even more than Godel.
Yeah, I'd say more than Godel as well. But I think he's more influential in philosophy than math. What exactly did he influence in math?
Well, logic. I mean, didn't him and Whitehead or whatever write the magnum opus on?
Like those are arguably nothing to do with math.
Well, it's almost it's the same approach as Gödel, except it was more philosophical and logic, and then even the other, like, what, was logic, the difference between math and logic. But yeah, I mean, Russell's one of the big names of the 20th century.
But you're not super familiar with his writing as it is, just that he influenced logic.
I even have Russell's, like, I've read some hundreds of pages of Russell. I think their big book, if it was Russell and Whitehead wrote together, was like 2,000 pages, um, that I haven't read. But saying he's got work on philosophy and then more mathematical logic.
I would say it's set theory. I don't know about mathematical. But I guess that's down to definitions. Did you want to talk about the incompleteness of formal logic, or did we already touch on that? I guess it's whatever anti-ironic that it is itself an incompleted work. Poetic, if you will.
Well, I mean, it's possible he completed it somewhere else and just not on his webpage, but I didn't look that much into it. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, so I've got some diagrams, but that's about it. Let's see here. Diagram, another diagram, which is messier, worse, looks worse than it is. Yeah, that's about it. So that is my week in review. But we can still go into the topics that you wanted to discuss in greater detail. And yeah, I have this I guess you're gonna call it a diagram here, where I am trying to come up with a synthetic language that is closed, at least as closed as it can be, under reasonable boundaries of language. And one of these important fundamental concepts is that looking at something from the outside in versus inside out, when it's the same form, can give you what appears to be different information. So I guess ultimately it's all about recalibrating perception to the correct perception. So stuff like this is quite abstract. So I like spending a lot of time working out hopefully better and better metaphors. And I think this medium is really good, the diagram medium. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm how I usually use words like good or.
Well, it's efficient in conveying relevant information. Like, I find images can convey stuff that just the way like art and music can convey stuff that language can't. I didn't mean to comment on this meme in particular. Or meme, I guess that's the wrong term, a diagram or whatever. In particular, just the concept of diagramming in general. Anyway, did you want to go over your notes on the self?
Yeah, sure. For Ricardo is in the chat. I'm not sure if his comeback, Luke. I'm not sure if his numbers were up. But, like, it appeared like Luke had over 100 viewers. But I'm not sure if that was real or not, or if that was just a one-time thing. But Ricardo, not sure if he's going to try to make a comeback for election season or not. I was mentioning that I like this quote actually. It looks like it's Corinthians, and sometimes it's said in a different way. But that's what I was saying about Wolfram and active inference, and that for though I am free from all, I've made myself a servant to all, that I might win a soul. To the Jews, I became as a Jew in order to win the Jews. To those under the law, I became as one under the law, that I might win those under the law. To those outside of the law, I became as one outside of the law, that I might win those outside of the law. To the weak, I became weak, that I might win the weak. I have become all things to all people, that by all means I might save some. So this Corinthians 9:22, I became all things to all people that I might, save a soul. And, that's why I'm saying people do with their theories that, like it's active inference or Wolfram, it's like, all things to all people, like I say, like, no, it's a statistical method. You're not all things to all people. It's just a statistical method. And, but there's that nature to try to portray yourself as like all things to all people.
Some sort of a god complex.
Well, savior complex. That you be servant. That's but you mean savior, that you think you're gonna save somebody, and like you're saying, like, hey, dude, it's just a statistical method. Like, you're not saving souls. Like, your statistical method might be useful, but like no, you're not really gonna save anyone with your statistical method. Okay,
Well,
so
I mean, I don't know. Is that good karma to say it like that?
well, if it's like your quantum periodic table or something, like it's not gonna save anybody. Like, if it is what it is, like it's a periodic table, it's not all things to all people. And saying if it is what
Well,
it is,
it's
just for what it is,
something, and I like
what it
to
does,
use it. And
what it's
I'm not
useful
claiming that
for.
it's all. I'm not claiming that it's all things to all people, though. So I don't know why you're expressing it like that. Yeah, it'd be funny if he decided to make a comeback there. I just had to shift out of that. There we go.
Yeah, so identity's
Yeah. So your notes.
pretty complicated, and like the due diligence of like even a comprehensive overview of self and identity is quite complicated. But to have the research, even just to write a few page essay, and so there's a long view history going back like to the Stoics, who are one of the first to talk about self mastery. I mean, you could look at from the Western perspective, and said Plato and Aristotle, Descartes and Locke, which I mentioned last week. So just say the identity self distinction I was mentioning. Self is the interior world and one's perception of it, that the self is more related to consciousness, and identity is um, the presentation of the self. James said there's a multiplicity of selves, and it's as many selves as there are individuals who recognize him. That some people use identity and self as transposable, but then there's so it's complication in the words. um, Freud, the ego as self is a function of the ego, and the ego negotiates, uh, comprising among conflicting forces of instinct, superego, society, and reality. So that the self is a construct of the ego, of conflicting forces. It's a healthy adaptation to life through the functions learning, memory, perception, and synthesis. That the self is constructed by the ego in order to adapt to the difficulties of life. And then from there, you have this concept that some understand the identity as a construct in order to deal with life. It has the force of the interaction between society and your internal world. So one of the first people, there's Eric Erikson, who has theories of self formation, generally in adolescence. And I mentioned the paper earlier of forget who it was. So Erikson talks about Marcia was after Erikson adaptions, talked about concepts of exploration and commitment for identity. Where you have exploration is a period of rethinking, um, searching through, trying out various roles or life plans, and you have a commitment, the degree of personal investment an individual expressed in course to action and belief in terms of identity, that you explore identities and then you commit to identities, and that's through social formations. Um, Here's a later theory of identity exploration. So you have your initial expectations and belief that guide exploration process. Then you have a hypothesis testing behavior conducted by individuals, a degree of energy, effective investment in existing commitments regarding identity, the degree to which competing alternatives are judged attractive, or presence of counterbalancing factors that discourage further exploration, or whether further exploration is deemed necessary for identity formation. And you have interim evaluations, one progress as a way in terms of the current identity that and then you have um, your antecedent, consequence, concurrent conditions. So you have your antecedent, like in terms of your previous identity, uh, visions of your future identity. Identity synthesis is reworking of childhood identifications into larger and self-determined set of ideals, values, and goals. Identity confusion is the inability to develop a workable set of goals of which to base an adult identity. So these were Erickson and advances on this kind of identity formation, the process that kids go through to forming um, identities. There's exploration of death, introspective mechanisms, gathering information, talking with others, evaluating commitment, and there's identification with commitment, degree of security and certainty experience with regards to one's existing commitments, and how will these commitments fit with one's own standards and wishes.
That's very
Um,
vague.
these are kind of vague, just ideas about identity and identity formation. So the modern self in the 80s, you have theories that talk about self as like a working project, reflective project that an individual works on, multi-layer, uh, possessing inner depth that seeks temporal coherence. And it's a psychosocial construction, a constitutive meaning within culture, a life narrative, despite many facets, is coherent and unified. It has themes, goals directed, sequences, agency, characters, episodes clearly defined. Uh, I'd mentioned self determination theory of motivation and personality within a social context, concerned with relative assimilation of goals, values, identities we wear vary from being forced upon us to contingencies that your identity could be forced upon us by society. So you have societal factors and identity formation, and then personal proclivities. Um, Here's two quotes from. So McAdams is the main professor at Northwestern behind narrative identity. Identity as a product. Identity itself might be conceived as an internal story or a personal myth that a person begins to formulate in the late adolescence years. It's eternalized and evolving tale with main characters, intersecting plots, key scenes, and imagined endings, representing how the person reconstructs the personal past and anticipates the future. And these quotes from Erickson: identity as a configuration of the self that integrates a person's talents, identifications, and roles such that a person comes to feel an accrued confidence that the inner sameness and continuity prepared in the past are matched by the sameness and continuity of one's meaning for others. In spiritual terms, would be like equanimity of body, mind, and spirit. but that the internal understanding of who I am matches the perceived understanding. And I'll talk later about what they call impression management, but just say that this concept of who I think I am matches how other people perceive me. Another Erickson quote: identity arises from the selective repudiation and integration of childhood identifications and their absorption into a new configuration, which in turn is dependent on the process by which society identifies the young individual, recognizes him as someone who had to become the way he is, and who, being the way he is taken for granted. That a person's identity is based upon what they accept and what they reject from their upbringing, to such a point where it's understandable that I am who I am due to certain forces, and then being somewhat societally accepted, uh, and even, so to say, taken for like granted. There's also this concept of possible identities, where a person has a not just this is who I am or how I became who I am, but this is who I might be. So a possible identity is future self, part of self-concept focus on self as one might become, working theories of who one may become based on current assessments of one's own strengths, weaknesses, talents, and characteristics, assessment of possibilities for people like oneself. A future oriented perspective provides an evaluative context for making sense of present and motivates and incentivizes future oriented action. So these were later theories of identity formation, that a person's identity is based on who a person thinks they might become. And then there's a process of trying to understand future possible identities. Um, so here was identity exploration, theory of a way people explore identity. So there's initial expectations and belief that guide exploration process, hypothesis testing behavior conducted by an individual, degree of energy, effective investment in existing commitments, degree to which competing alternatives are judged attractive, or present or counterbalancing factors that discourage. I think I read that. Okay. So 2 pages of my notes. Some of it's kind of so here, social identity theory,
Do you have
categories.
an approximate number of words that that's summarizing?
Yeah, I mean, this is like probably even like 2,000 pages of stuff I read that I put into like 4 pages of notes. And some of the stuff is repetitive. So see, this essay is most likely going to be even longer, maybe like 10 pages. And so even my notes, condensing or organizing that, is going to be a work in and of itself. So
I was even
Erickson,
thinking another thing. I guess I can save it to the end, but go ahead.
yeah, so Erickson also had this concept of identity crisis, role confusion, that usually happens in the late adolescence years in terms of identity development, um, process and outcome. Identity configuration integrates idiosyncration. So also here's the I me distinction. So from McAdams, the narrative identity, he said I represents process of personal narrative construction, and me represents the personal narrative as an object or product. Uh, kind of like the I is who I think is within my mind, and my me is like the identity that's presented to others. Life stories function to provide a sense of unity, purpose, and coherence. Tone, imagery, structure, form, thematic content, ideological settings evolve with a person over time. Identity politics is self understandings are linked to political forces that attempt to control and regulate persons' bodies and minds. So, ways of looking is what factor does society play in identity formation? And some schools would say society, is basically the determining factor in identity formation. Bandura, self efficacy towards a unifying theory of behavioral change, was the 1977 paper I shared at the beginning. Self efficacy's beliefs about ability to organize and execute uh, the course of action required to produce a given attainment. Competencies are quality and range of the cognitive um, constitution and behavioral enactments of which an individual is capable of, ability to construct general diverse behaviors under appropriate conditions, self efficacy, what we can do with competencies under challenging circumstances. So, this is going to be related to the theory of expertise, that your identity is also based on competencies, and then you have like your self efficacy of what you believe you're capable of doing, which will be based on some understanding of your expertise level, and um, that will play a role in identity formation also. So Goffman's a big name. He's got a theory of stigma, um, self-presentation, identity management, and impression management, information control, in the way that we try to control the information to others, that we in trying to how our identity is perceived by others. There's ego identity, subjective sense of one's own situation and one's own continuity. Social identity linked to social role and status, and informs interaction in terms of interaction with people of a group. Personal identity, aspects of biography that are shared or available in social interaction, product of intentional self presentation. So, three parts of identity: social definitions of roles, status and categories, individual self presented biography, subjective sense of self. So, this is like the psychosociological role of identity, the who I think I am, my internal world, versus the interaction with the external world that is largely due to sociological forces that are a person has very limited control over. In there'd be role identity theory of identity related to the roles that we play in larger life, intentional action to achieve some end, character and role that individuals devises for himself as an occupant of a particular social position, like the Greek god Proteus, takes whatever form and quality life situation demands. So you could be a limitivist in personality and say that really people just do what they have to do to achieve goals, and there really is no continuity of personality. That's just a product of our own mind, or a way for people to understand us. But in reality, uh, humans are functioned to achieve goals, and identities are created and destroyed in relation to how well they work.
Yeah,
Striker,
what is perceived long term is the perception of continuity, not continuity itself.
yeah, the narrative identity, that there's a narrative, internal narrative construct, and then there's a perceived narrative from others, and then people try to make some sort of symbiosis of our internal narrative with the perceived narrative, and that's also based on, let me just continue with my notes, then we talk. So striker, structural symbolic interaction, choices people make in situations in which they have the possibility of enacting alternative role related actions, self cognitions, and internalized role expectation attached to positions, Society shapes self, which in turn shapes social interactions as determined by society, and self is a mediated process. The agency, um, monitored through concept of individual commitment and role choice of what level a person perceives their ability to create their own self versus the roles that are forced upon us by larger forces. There's social identity theory of concepts of in-group biased categorization. Tashbull and Turner, social identity, the aspects of one's individual self-image that derive from social categories, which he perceives himself belonging, associated with positive and negative value connotations. Um, so there's some stuff on emotion and the relation from emotion, how emotion relates to identity, or if emotion mediates identity or is a result of dissonance. Um, the social identity, individuals' knowledge of belonging to certain groups, together with some emotional and value significance. We mentioned social identity theory, distinction between collective self, social identity, which is associated with group membership, group processes, and intergroup behavior, and the individual self, personal identity, which is associated with close personal relationships and idiosyncratic attributes of person. Social identities, commonalities among people within group, and differences between other groups, depersonalizations, viewing someone as having attributes of categories. So we get impression management, goal directed activity of controlling information in order to influence the impressions formed on audience. You have self presentation, how people try to shape the attitudes and behaviors of audiences through the presentation of self relevant information. Automatic processes outside of conscious awareness, which is usually in familiar, secure situations, and you have controlled, require effort, and they're draining, can be inconsistent with self image and personal characteristics. Self presentations conform to target performances when dependent on a target for desired outcome. That different situations, or if there's certain desired goals, that will cause a person to control presentation, which is this draining effort that could cause a person to act out of character in terms of achieving some sort of desired goal. Just a definition of culture, set of meanings, beliefs, and practices that guide the formation and maintenance of social uh,
Did you fall asleep
imitations.
there?
I just can't read my own handwriting. uh, Creation of social products and development of uh, its members, belief of role of person and ideal person. These kind of the group theory. Um, Here's a little self knowledge going back to Descartes and the mind body, that the mind knows the object. Uh, there's the object that's known. James, calls the empirical self, the instrumental self analysis, information about self in relation to environment, and the role of comparison, self enhancement, tests interest, that our knowledge of self comes in terms of the comparison to others, with aspiration level, highest level of function a person believes a person is possible, perceived level, where one believes they personally stand in relation uh, objective level, tolerance level, lowest point one can accept without um, engaging in strategies to advance towards an acceptable level, and which could lead to um, questions of self-worth. There's also a question of time frame and how we view ourselves, temporal comparisons, past and present states, possible selves, interpersonal comparisons, and possible ideal comparisons. Self-worth, contingency of self-worth is a domain of category of outcomes on which self-esteem is staked. Self-esteem depends on perceived successes, failures, or adherence to self-standards in that domain. Contingencies of self-worth uh, increase motivation but create self-esteem vulnerability as a trade-off. Self-protection, managing potential threat, negative feedback avoidance, strategic information search, um, bracing for negative outcomes, and defense mechanisms. And then there's self-verify, develop self-conformity, social environment, selective interaction, identity cues, creates allies and interpersonal prompts, biased information processing, and selective strategies. So these are just kind of random notes that I took from a few thousand pages just of ideas for writing out, and I have to see how I'm going to go through it. I'll probably, as said, do normal my style where I'll do some historical overview from the pre-psychological philosophical thoughts from like the Greeks to the Renaissance thinkers, then psychology with James, Freud, Erickson, and then I'll go into a few modern theories and so I have there's quite a few more material, and I probably even take a few more pages of notes, and I'm not even sure like if I'll put these notes, if I'm going to try to do some like overview of theories of self and identity formation, or if I'll even do a series of essays. But yeah, I found that identity is a big issue. It's an important issue, and you'll probably cognitive dissonance is probably a subset of identity because cognitive dissonance is based on identity, probably not the other way around. So, I did a lot of.
Definitely. And maybe there's just not that much out there that actually makes any sense, right?
Well, I focus this essay on called science, the social science of psychology, in terms of investigation into self and identity, and maybe I'll return to theological or divide that up, but you just focus on what's out there in terms of the field of psychology, and then move into maybe future times the neural correlates of these theories. Some of the later theories were tested of terms of identity formation or personality character traits, where they've done psychometric or tests of many people in studies to see if there's how well or universal these are, and just thinking and understanding like who am I, what are the aspects of who I am, how has that changed over time, how did that identity form, and then how do I present that to others, what part of my identity was formed by society, by my particular uh, circumstances, and then understanding that as generalizing the process of self identity formation as a social a psychosocial process that involves the interaction of a person's internal world and the social world, and also the presentation of self, how I perceive myself versus how other people perceives me, and a feedback mechanism, and these concept of identity presentation, or things related to self-esteem, and then I've already got my research after, which is even thousands of pages. There's concepts of motivation related to self, or the ability to change self, and then expertise. where things like self-confidence, self-esteem, and you think all the words you could attach to self, like self-esteem, self-confidence, self-image, self-presentation, and there's like thousands of words that are attached to self. Um, but you think like self-esteem, uh, identity. A lot of it's related to expertise, and so it'll be a natural springboard into the next topic I want to get into, which is expertise. And so identity is probably a good way to move into expertise, because that's an important part of identity formation, of what am I good at. And I'm going to read. I don't know if I'm going to write on the theories, how much on the identity formation, and a lot of is like childhood development. And I quoted those Erickson quotes, and you think like Piaget or even Freud, but how a person forms their identity
Kind of
in this.
hard to know where to draw the line there, because if you're citing Descartes, you're already going, to the late 1500s, 1600s. So it's sort of like, how do you justify including Descartes?
Well, I'll write it in like essay form, where I'll start with philosophical precursors from the Greeks to the advent of psychology, and there'll probably be a page, where we'll have the Greeks and Descartes, Hume, um, Kant. But no, I'm not going to go too much into Descartes. I'm gonna. It's gonna. The main focus is going to be on the psychological age from James till present, and I'll probably even focus the most on narrative identity, and that's probably where the multiple truth hypothesis would be the most useful, in the question of narrative formation related to identity. And then um, can you just switch the narrative, like I understood this narrative to explain myself, and then all of a sudden there's alternative narrative um, that I adopted, or other people that the narrative that I give myself might be more beneficial. Other
So you're
people
saying
might.
narrative is connected to self in a fundamental way?
Um, well, certainly identity.
Okay.
They're saying that narrative looks at identity as a work in progress. So I mean, you could say self. There's certain aspects of self that play a role in the narrative, and those identities of self might be more immutable, that are definitive of some form of continuity. They're saying the narrative expresses the continuity of myself. That here's the narrative of when I was a little kid,
I
and
think maybe contains the information associated with the identity perception.
what is your identity? The whole narrative, or is
I
your
just said perception. It really depends on the person where the identity's coming from. I mean, there's sort of a range of what someone would describe as their identity.
so if you're going to say, well, here's a handful of attributes or categories, and so there's a narrative, like where you're born into those categories, or how you develop those categories, or if there's certain attributes that saying I always had these attributes, or if you gain these attributes, then there's a narrative of how you gain those attributes. And then you would have episodic narrative that exemplify those attributes, that this is myself, my identity, because I have these attributes and character traits that could be exemplified through these episodes in my life. That
Right.
Doovid is uniquely Doovid because I responded to these episodes in my life uniquely the way that Doovid would respond to these episodes. And then also you have themes and main characters and tones and aspects, but so the self identity. So even like expertise, or various so there's Doovid, who was had expertise, strengths and weaknesses in certain fields, that would be at play during the episodes. And so from a narrative identity, okay, like, if I'm um 44 years old and I have a narrative, but you're saying are there certain episodes that are more important than others in terms of my identity formation? Are there certain people that were more important than other? Or is that just a fallacy of mind? In reality, there was no episode that was more important in formation than others, and that's just an internal mechanism I use for myself or for others in terms of expression. To think like if you're sitting around uh, the dinner table telling stories to your kids, that there's certain stories that get repeated again and again, and do those definitively create your identity, or is that just a fallacy of narrative?
Definitely, but that doesn't mean that it's not worth going into it. But yeah, that was well said.
I mean, you could look at neural correlates to say that no, I mean, it's possible that certain episodes, like the Chris Rock, the kid who beat you up in third grade, or like the girl you loved, or that factually did play a larger part in your identity formation than others, and that you could look over a period. I saw my dad. I was what's the movie? Um, this guy dies, and then like not like goes to heaven.
What Dreams
Um,
May Come with Robin Williams.
no, Meryl Streep. Um,
Death Becomes Her. I got nothing if it's not one of those. Okay, Tinkle, I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue what you're talking about. Maybe Doovid does.
Defending Your Life, 1991. Defending Your Life with Albert Brooks and Meryl Streep, where Albert Brooks gets hit by a bus and dies, and then he goes to, if you call like the next life, where it's a judgment day, and he has a certain number of trial dates where they look at his life, but it'd be this concept, defending your life, Meryl Streep and Albert Brooks, and saying there were certain key episodes in your life that would be definitive of how you lived your life. That so from a Judaic theory of judgment after death, or even like a Vedic theory of the sum totality of all the karma from when I was born till I died, all of my thoughts, speech, and action compiled into a singularity. Like in Hebrew, they call the Yom Hishtalkus, the day of gathering. When you die, the sum totality of everything, all the thoughts, speech, and action from when the person was born till they died, are collected in possibly previous lives. But there would be certain key moments, and certain like in terms of like sin, like if a person committed grave sins, like adultery, or murder, that would be a key moment that would have strong bearing on a person's karma and what happens to him after death, or that there'd be so there's the sum totality of everything I did during my life, but presumably there were certain free will moments or situations that were more impactful on my karma than others.
Sure. Well, there's,
That-
I mean, whether those are free will is another question, but sure, there's decisions that are made that bear a greater impact on your overall karma because you have some degree of conscious control over how your beliefs actualize.
well, I mean, it's like from a Judeo reward and punishment, you're like, okay, if you committed murder, or adultery, or like a grave sin, it has to be accounted for, and it's a serious thing. So when a person dies, if they have serious infractions, that's going to be there. And so those key moments, like even if they, God forbid, like killed someone, they committed adultery, that could have only been a tiny percentage fraction of the whole life, but from a reward and punishment, that's going to be a key moment in terms of the person's judgment. Um, but if we're talking like identity formation, um, there's, you could call it free will. I like the term free will situations, but I mean certain like major decisions, like
How
do
about
I which
greater perceptual free will? And then you don't have to argue about whether it exists absolutely, which clearly establishing how it does would be probably beyond what language can bear.
yeah, well I'm saying I believe in free will. That's why I use the expression. But if I probably I wouldn't include that in the essay because I'm not saying what I think. I'm giving a just analysis or overview. If I do say what I think, I'll make it clear. But that there would be certain key decision points that have a huge impact on identity formation. And okay, like Doovid decided to go to Israel, or went back to university, became an Orthodox Jew, lived in New York, studied under this rabbi or guru, became a Hindu, uh, befriended or got caught up with this group of people, and if you put it in terms of a free will decision or just a decision that whatever direction, like possible selves, possible identities, that there's some sort of knowledge that this is who I currently am and this is who I could become, and then making a decision that affects that identity and have different issues of that, like a narrative, that like narrative identity, where identity is a work in progress, that generally identity is formed, like Erickson, the main theorist, as an adolescence, and one becomes an adult, their identity is largely formed, and it remains that for the rest of their life, although the narrative, there'll be some changes, but in terms of becoming an adult is the formation of an identity and how you interact, or your social standing, the creation of a profession, the finding of a mate, or having children, place to live, role in society, that generally the transition to an adult is the completion of the identity formation process. Um, but even if it's a whole life process, and then there's certain key decisions. So that's why I said there's certain aspects that you repudiate from your youth and you keep from your youth. That the expectations of what I was taught and what makes uniquely me is the aspects that I choose to repudiate from my youth. That I chose to become an Orthodox Jew because I repudiated. There was a repudiation of how I was brought up, or various aspects of my identity that I chose to go against the societal conditionings, and choose something else. And there had to have been a possible identity. I have to have saw that there was a possibility. Like I knew that Hinduism was such a thing, that I was able to seek it out and become one. Let alone, like, you knew that you could become an engineer, that I sought out and became one. And so the competencies also in attainment, and then commitment level. So there's exploration phase, and then there's commitment as you commit to identity.
I can see what you mean by it would tie into the expertise, the establishing of expertise. And you said you were going to put like at least a paragraph into explaining why you were only talking about a particular, or what window you were discussing and why. I think we went over that.
I mean, I've written 10 essays now, so if they have a style, like introductory paragraph, kind of like why I'm talking about this issue and how it fits into, my series of essays, and then I'll have like a historical overview, and then I'll cover some of the main theories, and I'll have a conclusion back to how this fits into my greater research. I mean, that's my general essay style, but the bulk of it will just be kind of a pure explanation. First, a historical overview, and then a few main points. So, like one, like narrative identity. I'll do something on identity formation, which will include the historical overview of the main theories of identity formation.
And you're
And
just basically going to start with Descartes. So like a modern identity kind of paradigm thing. Because like I'm
well,
thinking to go back to the Greeks, like what is like how they even conceive of this stuff?
no, I mean, so I'm going to have prelude to psychology, and that will probably just be a paragraph or two, like probably two paragraphs that will include everything from the Greeks and Descartes to James. James 1890, the principles of psychology. And so, like, no, I mean, the philosophical precursors to psychology will be less than like 10% of the 10-20% max of the essay. And then after I get to James, from like James, Freud, Erickson, um, to modern, the modern self, which is the self as a product or work in progress. And then I'll talk about theories of self. And so that will include identity formation, narrative identity, and some of these other theories of self. And I'll probably have headers. So it's not going to be much at all about anything before James. And then I'm not going to talk. I'll probably talk more about James. I'll talk just as much about James, William James, as I talk about everything before him, from the Greeks till him, because I want to focus on psychology, not the philosophical precursors, although I'll mention them. And so I want to get in depth into a handful of the current state of identity theory. So just like, the typical historical backdrop, and, not even like, James and Erickson, but, the bulk of the paper, half of the paper is going to be the current state of identity theory. And I'll probably go over multiple identity theories, like narrative theory, and some of the modern theories of identity formation, social identity, and then I'll have a preclude to what I'm going to talk about in the future, which will be um, expertise. So I'll mention in terms of identity formation expertise, and then in the conclusion, I'll talk about what I plan on doing for future essays, which will be expertise. But the main bulk of the essay is going to be on the current theories of identity formation and narrative identity, which both of those are largely aspects of the last few decades.
Yeah, I just can't imagine how much work this is going to be. So, do you honestly think you're going to be done by next week?
I might. I mean, because I could probably pump out at this point. I have enough. I could write like a 4 or 5 page essay. So, um, like how much I'm going to include, how many names or how many theories. But like just in my notes, I have 4 pages of notes. Like like I could already write like that's more than double the last essay I wrote. I only had 2 pages of notes, so like I could probably it's already like probably going to be like 10 pages, and I've already went through quite a bit. Like what I have here in my notes is basically the due diligence of identity theory. There's a little more there, but like I read like the whole Oxford companion on identity, like all the chapters, all the main theories. So I've already read through overviews of all the main theories. I've even read, I read some Erickson, some of the main, I showed you like some of the main papers, and I'm reading a few other books on, just overviews, handbooks of identity formation, and so I'll cut it down to a few theories. So it said like, what like social identity theory, identity formation, and narrative identity. So just to cover that like in quite a bit of detail of the aspects of what does it mean, identity, what does it mean a narrative identity, and uh, and then how do we form that identity, and then my own stuff like the conclusion. So if it ends up being like a 10-page paper, the conclusion might be 1 or 2 pages where I'll have my thoughts and put on future uh, research on what this means for my future essays or my own thoughts or uses. But yeah, I think I could write like 2 pages just on narrative identity, another 2 pages on identity formation, another like 1 page on the pre-James precursors to identity, a page on early psychology from James 1890, principles of psychology, Freud, and Erickson. And there might be a few more theories that I read a few more. There's a few more names I didn't mention I have in my notes that I skipped over, like George Mead, Baldwin, of things I might mention, a quote or something here and there, and I might include quite a few quotes. So actually, like the chess server, it's hard. The formatting is more difficult. So if I include like longer quotes in this paper, in my Word file, it's a better format than the chess server allows. Yeah, but the due diligence, and this is probably the most important research for eventually the multiple truth hypothesis. Like the mathematics and the mathematical form, algorithmic form, will be a big deal also. But I think the key part of multiple truth hypothesis is going to be identity, and there's going to be an aspect of religion, cosmology, eschatology. But the main part of multiple truth hypothesis is going to be in relation to identity, and then this question of who am I, in terms of who do I think I am versus who am I, who do other people think I am. And like James quote, you have as many selves as there are people you interact with, the multiplicity of selves, and this impression management type concept, that what does it mean to manage your impressions and try to control how other people perceive you, how do those other people actually perceive you, and
That
that's going
takes
to be
more than a self model. That takes like a sociological model. Don't you think?
well, identity theory is related to sociology and psychology. Psychology is more the study of individuals, and sociology of groups. And so, say, identity theory is a psychosocial theory because it's based on society and your internal psychology. And that's why I mentioned like identity politics, where, um, but no, so I'm going to be focusing mostly, purely on psychology, but it's sociological psychology. I'm not focusing on sociology, like the nature of society. In the essay, I'm focused just on the psychology, but the psychology is a social psychology because uh, identity formation is in reaction to society. And they say there's interpersonal. So okay, there's people I know well. So there's like, okay, I went to the Hare Krishna temple today, or I go to synagogue, and there's how the congregation perceives me. I have a handful of friends, versus Jennifer. Now we've talked hundreds, maybe at some point thousands of hours. Like
Oh
versus
yeah, you've helped me so much in so many different ways. Like I couldn't even list all the ways. So I hope it's also been at least a little bit beneficial for you.
well, yeah, I mean, you put together a show, and like obviously, like like I learned some things from you too, but even just someone to talk about things with. But I just taught in terms of identity formation that like you have would be different. Does Jennifer have a greater window into my identity than, say, someone who just saw me at the temple earlier today? Is okay.
It depends how you define that. Like, are you saying predict behavior? Because there's accuracy of predicted behavior, there's like emulation of a mind state, and there's maybe something in between those things. So generally, though, there's a huge amount of attachment to who people want to believe you are that makes, even if you're trying to get across that the perception is misapprehended, you're kind of fighting against someone's like attachments to their mistaken perception of you, which like it's like with words, it seems like we should have accurate perceptions of each other, and we do to some extent, but we don't have
well,
the
so there's the
perceptual
identity.
certainty. The perceptual certainty is an illusion that is something manufactured by our biology to increase our confidence.
There's the identity of me and Jennifer that like to think and talk about ideas versus the connection to body. So there's also a concept of self-regulation and health. So there's just the Doovid and Jennifer that talk about abstract ideas versus the Doovid, the body that does things, and that so there could be people that I do things with, that I have a affiliation with, that we've never talked about these ideas. Versus, okay, me and Jennifer, we've never done anything together, we never even met, we're not part of the same activities. And there's also the narrative identity of time frame that me and Jennifer now 3 years, we've known each other 3 years, even though we talk a few hours every week. Versus, so like my parents who've known me since I was a kid, to people who knew me as a kid, to strong parts of my identity like Judaism, people that know me from my Judaism or from my Hinduism or from chess playing or something like that. They're just an aspect of my identity. But you have formations of interaction with just one aspect of my identity. So, I mean, Jennifer represents a relationship of just one aspect of my identity, and that could be relatively unique in my relation with Jennifer because it's an aspect of intellectual theoretical thinking about ideas, that the aspect of my identity that likes to think about these ideas, um, I don't actually share with many people. Like the people that I'm Hindu with, or Jewish with, or chess with, or do business with, or my family, uh, rarely to never actually talk about these ideas. So the I, that important part of my identity that likes to think and talk about these ideas, is only manifested with Jennifer, a handful of people, and even people like my parents. My mom proofreads my essay, but like no, my family and my friends that I've known over long periods of time, um, we don't talk about these ideas.
That is very
Maybe,
true.
maybe they'll read my
Almost
essay.
no one wants to go into these ideas because it
So
requires
maybe,
a tremendous
right,
amount
but
of
it's not
focus.
like an essay. So it's like, oh, that people know, like, okay, Doovid likes to think about these things, and he put out this essay, and I read his essay. And so like maybe they'll see on Facebook that he streamed and talked with Jennifer thousands of hours, and really thought about this stuff, and I really enjoyed his essay.
Yeah, it's great to have a community that can appreciate skills, for sure.
And it could be okay, like the Doovid who served food at the Hare Krishna temple earlier today to something. I didn't even know he had a blog, or people I didn't even know that guy was Jewish. Like or whatever. That there's just an aspect to the identity, a role. Like the role playing that my identity includes these roles, and then I have interaction with people in terms just specifically of that role, and um, impression management, where the key impressions that are being managed or a part of the identity is just specific to that role.
Sure. So
So
there'd
like
be no opening to go into the topics, and you're kind of modest to a fault in practice in certain ways, you know. Wouldn't
that was like
my point is you wouldn't initiate that convo in a, you know, this is kind of a formal setting.
well, I mean roles that
The
usually the
pretense of
role
social gatherings is not, let's talk about metaphysics.
where
Whereas
you
for
play
me,
my
it's like I'm
role.
just sitting there like, ooh, when do I get my opening to talk about, it doesn't have to be metaphysics, but just like anything that's gonna get close to what
It never
consciousness
comes.
is.
And most of the roles that I play, it never comes and it never will come. So people that know
Sure.
that, from me that they could see, okay, I'm friends with him on Facebook, or I see that he has a blog, and then outside of that role, like, oh, Doovid, I saw, I read your blog. Let's talk about this. And so that would be an extension from the role to identity. Like, like, okay, we were colleagues from some place, and they looked into me and wanted to extend. That's why I say the narrative identity has main characters and episodes. So like the moment, the episode moment where like okay, like Doovid eventually meets the girl, and yeah, you could get married and build up a family or something. But it could just be someone that read my essay, and like Doovid, I never knew you thought about these things. And I read your essay, and I have a lot of things to say about it, and then that leads to a collaboration, and next thing you know, we're opening up a business, or writing a book, or research. But these episodes that that the role led to a new role, that a business formation, or like Luke and like Doovid come out to LA, and it'd be a big episode of Doovid. It's unlikely I'm going to move out to LA, but it's like episode that like I saw you and Luke, I read your blog, why don't you come out here to LA?
Well, Luke does read a lot of stuff, so
Well, I don't think, I mean, even if it wasn't him, but someone, that just saying that that's a narrative identity. There's episodes where a lot of times, I mean, religiously, it's okay, it's providence, or you don't know how things are going to work. That's why you have episodes, because there were key elements that changed the course of one's life and identity, that somehow someone um, came across my path, and became a main character in my story and my identity formation. Like, okay, like I'm not like even think main characters. Like there was a rabbi who I haven't seen in a decade, who was integral in sending me to Israel, and my process to becoming an Orthodox Jew. Even though he's no longer a character in my narrative, he's an important character in my life story. That okay, I was at one point a kid, and there was a rabbi of my youth, and he helped send me to Israel, even though I lost contact with him and haven't seen or spoke with him in a decade. But in the overall arching, me going to Israel and becoming an Orthodox Jew, there were certain characters involved in that, even if they didn't remain characters long term in my life, just for important, um, decision point. Even like Luke, if we fall out of, or Babs or something. I haven't spoken to Babs in 2 years, but that was part of identity formation, and I met Jennifer through Babs. That's part of the narrative. Then how did you guys meet? Well, on the Babs cast. Well, who's Babs? Well, I haven't spoken to Babs in 2 years. He was this character.
Well, I think
that
it's
had-
Luke, honestly. We talked for the first time on Babs, but
Well, I'm saying it was just an interim character that played his role, and he may know, it's possible me and Jennifer will, I mean, whether Babs is my distant cousin or not, but it's possible that me, Jennifer, Babs, Luke will never cross paths again. But factually, in the narrative, he played that role.
yeah, absolutely.
You
I'm
know,
not sure how that
Ricardo
relates.
was in the
I'm not
chat
sure
earlier.
exactly how this relates to your essay about it. You're just sort of sharing a personal anecdote about your own understanding about identity, or how's this
Yeah. Well, I
connected?
mean, like Brundle was in the chat. Is he recurrent? Well, I was talking about narrative identity and um narrators having main characters. So you might like at one point you would have thought, okay, like Jennifer was a minor character and Brundle was a major character, but over a few years, Brundle is a minor character and Jennifer is a major character. But like Brundle's in the chat and like I'm back, Doovid. We're back. We're streaming again, and maybe Brundle becomes a major character, and that could even put in the
Well,
scheme of
not
things.
without a fight if it's a zero-sum game.
Well, because I mean, just talking about narrative identity, and you have major characters and minor characters, and it's like if it's relative, that if me and Brundle, Brundle's back and we're streaming and it's big and it's every few days, and so Jennifer could go, become a minor character compared to Brundle or something because uh, but that's a narrative, but in terms of identity formation, you could even have a minor character that plays a major role in identity formation, not like someone I had dealings with long periods of time, but just a key event that was integral in identity formation. And so most people's identity formation is completed when you enter adulthood, but the narrative continues your whole life.
Right. And there's no one attribute.
I mean, so
In
the
terms of, there's
Jennifer,
no content that you can point to and say that's an enduring attribute, but you can point to a property of a perception of a permanent identity at any given point, which is simulated by like I did a drawing of it, but I realized I didn't actually get a screenshot of it yet, so I don't want to try to do that, but I'll get it for next week, and it sort of illustrates this point a bit.
I mean, you could say, okay, like none of the people I've met in streaming have had any influence on my identity formation. They're included in the narrative from like Luke to Jennifer. My identity was already formed before I started streaming, and streaming hasn't had any major influence on my identity. But my narrative identity, it has, because that the characters in my narrative have changed. But it's okay, Jennifer is a major character in my narrative, but my identity was already well defined before we met, and our
Yeah, I'd
relationship.
say like I can be a major character because your identity was already defined. And most people meet me and they're like, what the fuck? What an eccentric weirdo. And but Doovid has the ability to see beyond that.
Well, no, I mean saying that whatever sense in the narrative that if someone's watching this or my own personal narrative to say, okay, well, Doovid always liked thinking about these things. It was a major part of my identity, but I didn't have companionship to talk about these things till I met Jennifer. But my identity didn't change. It just she became an aspect for me to fulfill and actualize a part of my identity. Or if you looked at it from potential identities, that I had a vision of a potential identity as Doovid the thinker, Doovid a scientist, and I kind of read books and thought about these things, and I had this potential identity thought that I would be a public intellectual in advanced theories, and it wasn't actualized till I met Jennifer. Like Brundle, like so it's identity exploration. I could be a political pundit, or like Luke, Charles Moskowitz, potential identities, or like Doovid the rabbi, Doovid the political pundit, Doovid the social commentator, Doovid the philosopher scientist. And those were all potential identities.
You forgot
And then,
Doovid the Mystic. That was my favorite one.
yeah, so then there's commitment. So, and then there's possibilities. They're called like gatekeepers for desirable outcomes, where the potential self has um, has to correspond with society, and so there's gatekeepers of desirable outcomes, that streaming partner, uh, saying like Doovid the popular author. You can't be a popular author unless you're a popular author. Doovid the e-celeb. You can't be an e-celeb unless unless you're an e-celeb. So that's
Luckily, you're already an e-celeb, so problem solved.
well, I mean, it's reciprocal because it's my relationship with my viewership, or that the people that for your identity, like I like listening to Doovid. Well, what role does Doovid play in your identity? So it's just education. Like I seek knowledge, and Doovid is the one who provides me this knowledge, or whatever the value proposition is in the identity formation, or if it's possible selves. So I had a vision of my possible selves, and that had to be actualized from a match in society, and then I provide that role for somebody else where they're thinking about their possible selves, and then Doovid become a vehicle. Like, oh, I could be a public intellectual, a streamer, and the reason I know that is because there's this Doovid guy who does it, and so like I watch and listen to Doovid's content and interact with him and his people in the chat, and that allows the person to because the comparison level, and to say, well, I have a possible self, and the possible self has to be based on some sort of comparison to other people that have are further down the path in this possible self, or I could see myself doing it because this person has done it, or if you're trying to see yourself doing something that no one else has done, and they said, well, how do you see yourself doing something that no one else has done? That also could be like a possible self, but then you need the actualization, and that's dependent on society. You can't accomplish on your own. It requires um, exploration, and so that identity formation in terms of the feedback mechanisms of society, or your interpersonal interactions, the audience, the impression management, self-presentation to an audience.
I kind of lost this core of what you were talking about there. Is there a particular direction you want to take it in?
I was kind of just rambling, hypothesizing on identity formation in terms of myself and this possible selves. That my identity includes possible selves. So if it's saying the core of my identity is formed, but the possible selves is dependent on society. You can't be a popular author unless you're a popular author. You can't be a public intellectual unless there's a public
in there, but I get it. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a bit different, like you in the context of yourself versus you in the context of society. I don't know if that's a good time to bring that in, but yeah.
Yeah, the work in process, like your willingness to uh, work towards goal-directed behavior. They say there's exploration, and then there's commitment. They say, oh, here's the possible self, and as I see the possible self is actualizable, then there's a commitment to work towards it.
Yeah, I had a diagram here that basically is saying like your brain is helping to render a range of possible selves that are finite and exist at a finite minimized proximity to some central like monadic core, and you have a sort of choice as to which perspective you'll actualize, but it's a limited choice. And between people, some people have way more range of choice than others. So that's sort of where the perception of free will would come in. That's why I just think it's so important to be precise with language, because if you say perception of free will versus free will, those are two completely different standards. Just wanted to come to that real quick. So I'm just so excited to see where it's going to go, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, from like a Kabbalistical, mystical point of view, the free will is important, and you have certain opportunity moments of your life where there's more free will than others. You like key pivotal decision making points in your life that we'll call like a free will opportunity, and that come in different forms, where the life trajectory could have went in different directions. And a lot of, if you want to put that to an identity versus like a Kabbalistic mystical concept, in the terminology of psychological identity theory, you could only play roles that are available. So these key opportunity moments would be the temporarily the possible selves and the temporary availability of roles. That job, had I got that in an engineer, so the role has to be available, like the husband, father, uh, role that would have been determinative of many life outcomes, is dependent. And so there's a certain opportunity free will moment that makes roles temporarily available. And then if you
Well, I guess we would
depending
say
on
that
the
would be physicality.
depending on the decision that's made, the role um, is no longer available. And that could obviously be, like a
Yeah, it sounds like a
maybe.
choice trees almost.
Yeah, like I mean, Kotov analysis trees and candidate moves and analysis trees. But in terms of like in chess, there's only a few possible moves, and in terms of roles, you have the potential selves, but then that might pass. There's a role and it passed, and so I could still become an engineer or get that job, but at a certain point, it becomes much less likely. So I mean, it was like multiple truth hypothesis and the mathematization of uh, like a probability curve that like the likelihood that I could play certain roles, the probability changes over time, and there might be certain key moments where the probability could have been much higher, and we'll call those free will decision point moments where say the role that I ended up in could be from the narrative identity reduced to these certain episodes, where here was this definable episode where I had a choice to make, and I made a certain choice, and that ended up defining the role that I played for the rest of my life, or for long periods of my life. But it's clear, if you read the narrative and dissect the episode, that it was a choice that I made, and had I made a different choice, I would have played a different role.
Yeah, I'm not sure what point you're alluding to exactly, but I know that sometimes just talking is important for getting the ideas out there.
I mean, it'd be any episode, if you thought about, your first day in class and you could have, befriended this person or that person, you chose to sit next to this person, became best friends. But, had you sat on the other side of the room, you might never have met that person and you would have became best friends with somebody else. Or, like I chose to go to school in this town, I could have went to that town. I chose to join, this club or that club. Uh, and, some of it is out of your control opportunity, and the opportunity passes. That, I was in this place and I could have associated with this person, and then the opportunity passed, and I never had the chance to associate with that person again. But had I made the choice to associate with that person, it could have had a drastically different take on my life, or like in terms of your role. It could be professional, social, uh, and it says many things. Many times these are out of your control. They're a moment of opportunity, and call, if you want to, what I would call a free will decision point, where you had a temporarily moment of opportunity and a key point decision that passes, and the decision becomes definitive for a fork in the road.
Yeah, for sure. That makes sense. I'm not sure what that has to do with the perception of identity over time, but I think this is a pretty hard topic to actually go into in
And
any appreciable way.
the connection of roles to identity, and
And
then
then, well,
so
you got to
the
define
narrative
roles.
identity, including
You got to
episode.
define the roles, and you got to say, well, which role is,
I'm saying an episode
the
is
important
definitive.
role or whatever.
I'm putting from my own perspective this free will concept of the episode is definitive of a fork in the road, that a person made a decision. Like, I am who I am because of this episode, where there was a key decision that I chose in one way that became definitive of who I am. Because if I chose in a different way, I would have became someone else.
I suppose it depends what that means, right? Becoming a different person is doctrine dependent. Like, what that means is doctrine dependent. I don't know if you're following this what appears to be getting incomprehensible in the chat. Do you understand the point I made? Did you read what I put in the chat there?
I'm gonna just cursory.
Okay. Well, determinism in physics means, as far as I understand, colloquially at least, when I was doing physics, which wasn't that long ago, determinism is something that physicists understand to be impossible, because it means that if you know the beginning conditions of the system, you can predict its exact configuration based on that. What you're saying is determinism is what I call a causal principle. And I'm not going to use the term determinism because I'm presenting a physics model. So if I go against a common definition of a physics concept that makes me sound like some 16th century pompadour in high heels, that doesn't bode well for me. Please accept this argument. There's no value proposition to me in embracing a term like determinism. I'm basically doing it because you have a comfort associated with it. It's like, okay, do whatever you like. I choose not to, because I choose not to take the chance of making people confused. The stuff's confusing enough as it is. So sorry about the minor thing, but yeah, other than that, I didn't have much to say on the topic, other than I don't know if you care that my model derives free will as a model itself, or will rather, determinacy of the future, as Daryl would like to put it. But it's more so like a thought experiment, I guess. I think I've been over it before, so I don't have to go back into that. But Did what I say about the determinism causality distinction make any sense? Like, I don't know if you actually have enough experience in theoretical, like, I don't want to call it the philosophy of physics, enough to have an opinion on this.
Um, it sounds pretty standard, I guess.
It's pretty standard to believe that determinism is defined as some type of, like it says on the wiki here, as associated with Newtonian. From what I recall, it literally means given the initial conditions, you can predict later conditions. Like it's a condition that's precluded by what's called chaos. And our understanding of thermodynamics implies some degree of, quote, chaos, aka indeterminacy, aka you can literally know less the farther you are causally from something. Structurally, you can literally know less, because you can think of it as just an effect of the friction of heat expansion, if you don't like, any other language. But I'm not embracing a term. Look how many different philosophies have definitions for this. What are my chances of getting something that even is compatible with all these different schools? So sorry to go on a rant there, but choice of words is very important, which is why I'm very, one of the reasons I'm hopeful for Doovid's career in this stuff is, like, you seem to understand that on some level, and you don't mind doing work that's required to, like, get, justify, the certain things that most authors just really can't or don't. Like your distinction between identity and self, that's a really good sign.
You know, like, Charles has written over 30 books, and I mean, he's done a lot of research, but like the due diligence of the thorough research to really frame your ideas in the realm of the current state of knowledge, that so these essays are not really about my own thoughts, but they're research into the current state of thoughts, that I'll be able to frame my own thought within the current state of thought. And so that's the due diligence of the historical analysis and the current theories on the market, and then to say, well, this is what I'm saying, and here's how it relates or is different or the same from the major ideas. And so if Charles has pumped out 30 books and he's done some due diligence, but it's more just about what he thinks. Um, with some framing, because I mean, he's obviously writing, he's an author, he's done some, he's done some due diligence, but like, I want to be thorough, and on like a, publishable, like a scientific paper, where you have to meet this minimum standard of due diligence, not just like a popular author that wrote books that are meaningful, like to memes, where it's like, well, it's an interesting idea, but systematic, and it meets the minimum standard of due diligence. So that's largely what I'm trying to do in these essays, is to put forward research on the topic of the minimum standard of due diligence of the to relate my own thoughts to the current state of thought on the issue.
This is for book, not for your current article about self, right? Is that
Well,
right?
so the current, well, my book is going to be purporting my own thoughts. So, like half of my book will be you're reporting on what other people say, and then like half of it will be what I say. These essays are like 80-90% on what other people say, not what I have to say. And like, so I kind of know what I have to say, but so that's, these essays are the due diligence of what other people have to say, and then framing what I have to say within what's already known, or the current state of thought and the ideas. So that, yeah, when I eventually get to my book, it's going to be about half of what I have to say, in the other, and so these essays are the precursor thought on the research of what other people have to say.
Well, it'll be interesting to follow for sure. I'm excited because I've got so many views, that's such a good sign.
Yeah, so it was good research, like the IMSA principle. It was almost nothing what I had to say. Besides the fact that I try to live according to the IMSA principle, it was nothing about myself or my own thoughts. The chess essay had quite a bit of my own thoughts, and that was easier to write because it was just like what I thought, or I mean, it still had a lot of research and overview. This essay on self is going to be almost all what other people think, and that's why it turns out like, okay, so I'm reading well over. I've already read a few thousand pages. I'm gonna have to read well over 10,000 pages, and so fully thought out, historical. And I actually returned to reading James Principle of Psychology. It was a 900-page book. So I re-downloaded that, and to really do your due diligence to say this is the current state of knowledge, this is the historical thought on the issue that led up to the uh, theories today, and here's what I'm adding to it. Here's where I'm coming in. Here's what uniquely I'm saying that's different from what other people have said, and then here's how what I'm saying could advance the current state of knowledge. So that's the due diligence to meet the standard of like a scientific paper. So these essays are really just publishing and writing that, and they're probably more useful, like the HIMSA principle than what I have to think. But that people is the demonstration of the multiple truth hypothesis that I could do this research and write about it. But even for other people, saying, well, I don't really care what you have to think, Doovid, but I do appreciate you doing the research and sharing that with me to from that perspective. And so we'll see if they actually care what I have to think. But to say they appreciate my research and reporting to people what other people have to think, I have to had to
I
say.
think you have a pretty solid reputation now for high quality and also pretty dang unbiased, or at least you're more explicit about what bias you might have than average.
To combine these, in my book, like you have to start combining these, like cognitive dissonance and like decision trees, um, like identity theory, and you see like a lot of these have long historical overviews and overlap, and so when I actually have a book, a lot of these things will combine forces, and a lot of these recurring, Descartes, Kant, um, even critical theory. There's a lot of overlap. So could be like critical theory probably won't be a chapter in my book, but saying that some of that will be incorporated, and the research on like Hegel and Kant that I did in my critical theory, like I may not mention Kant in this essay on self, but a lot of those concepts like Hegel and Kant, or dialectic, are important and going to have to be incorporated somehow. And even if I don't include Hegel and Kant and like dialectic in my book, that at least I thought about and know about it, and know that it's not related to what I'm trying to advance. But like the due diligence is important, and then I mean, I think that's what Ashish Delela, like, when stream people like, well, what about this guy and what about that guy? And it's endless. There's always going to be like, well, did you read this guy? Did you read that guy? And like, Bertrand Russell, why Bertrand Russell? One of the major names you have to know. And you said, well, you're in the West, Bertrand Russell, he's one of the major names that
He
people
may
ask.
not be. It depends what your domain of particular interest is.
Well, I'm saying it's endless. There's always going to be another guy or another name. So I mean, the due diligence is endless, but at some point you're saying I did sufficient uh, due diligence, and a lot of these writers are professors. So then you need the feedback, and so like this guy Mario Runge, or Runge Mario, that that was from feedback. Someone said like why don't you check out this guy? And so it's somewhat endless, but you need to get the feedback and keep on improving your product.
Um, I was with you right up until the end, but I understand we have a difference of aesthetic on this matter, so no problemo.
Okay, anything else? Getting late here.
Yeah, let's call it a night, and great chat, and looking forward to the next one. And if you get something done by next week, great. But if not, as they say in French, casse-toi pas la tête là-dessus, which means don't break your head over it. So I think your pace is really good. Like, I don't think you're the type to like burn yourself out, but I wouldn't want you to have a shorter career because you end up, getting bored of it or whatever. So we'll see you next Sunday, if not sooner. And thanks for joining. Good show.
Okay, great. Yeah, have a great week, everybody, and look forward to next week. Thanks a lot, Jennifer.
Thanks, Doowovid. Okay, so Daryl, free will determinism. You have free will, but your will is determined by who you are and your life experiences yourself. Yeah, I get the argument. Okay, I get the argument, Daryl. I get it. Yeah, there's this is about how words should be defined. Not quite. It's about how words should be used. And you're saying, hey, I'm going to use a definition of determinism that the people who use determinism type concepts don't agree with. Because the way it's presented to them, it's not exactly presented as a logical dichotomy of Newtonian physics versus quantum physics. Like, it's not presented like that in physics as far as I understand. But quantum mechanics is definitely understood as an inevitable and substantially different progression to demonstrably limited Newtonian or classical mechanics. Okay, so there's a high degree of redundancy in language. So what am I trying to do? I'm just trying to encompass all the concepts, i.e. the properties. Trying to encompass all the properties in an appropriate number of concepts. And because of how I studied precedents, I have an intuition for what a density of concepts per construct is realistic per domain. So if I put determinism into my understanding of physics, it's going to cause a good chunk of people to think I'm a doofus. So this is why when people come back to these same, what appear to be superficial, trivial, technical, it's like when, a dog is like it's got a cloth and it's a tug of war with a dog. It's like, I told you why I don't want to use the term determinism, because there's nothing encompassed by determinism that isn't encompassed by causal. By saying causal, I don't have the problem that I have with the Hegelian. I don't have the issue of sounding like a doofus because I'm saying that something that uncertainty principle precludes by its very result is somehow axiomatic to my philosophical reasoning process. That's like saying, here's all this great stuff we've done in the past little while. Like, here's the great stuff. Here's stuff we can validate works. Let's do the opposite of that. Let's. It's a bit like a poisoning the well. So theoretically, any term can be, deconstructed in this manner, but they're not all created equal. These deconstructions, they don't exist in a vacuum. I made this decision a long time ago. You literally need to change history for me to change my mind on it. So even just the acceptance of a cause and effect principle, people can use, I guess I don't want to say they're language tricks, but sometimes they sound a lot like language tricks to sort of make that seem somehow incoherent by, I don't remember the proof exactly, but I remember thinking, well, I don't know why you care to do the proof this way, but it was sort of like a short form, I guess. I don't know. it sort of made the point about dependent arising, that a definition doesn't ever realistically arise in a vacuum, including something as fundamental as cause and effect, and that somehow implied a structural problem, blah, blah, blah. They're all constructs in a sense, but there's also a reality, and the constructs don't all access that reality equally. And to conflate something like causality with determinism is basically to make the mistake of saying, well, because computers calculate and we calculate and we're conscious, well, computers are somehow indicative of how our consciousness works. It's to impose metaphysical framing that even if you say, well, if the framing's not really there, I don't think it's there. It doesn't matter. You as an individual don't matter. It's society's inheritance that matters. I understand some of the words I use are just slightly or very different sense, but that's out of necessity for coherence. It's not just let's pick whatever word we want and just use it any time, because I like the term determinism. I get the argument as to why you would see this as, I think we're pointing to the same concept. Like, I don't think Daryl and I actually disagree on the concept of a causal principle. I think if you're going to make any sense of any information, you actually need a minimum of three things. So not just a cause and an effect, but some type of mediator between them. So that's kind of a different question, but I don't want to have that discussion in the context of someone who who insists that it's got to be determinism. It's like, why does it have to be determinism? Why? If the physics people we already know are going to take issue with that, why are we basically creating a problem? Who's going to have more authority in modernity, philosophy or physics? So that's sort of the way to look at it. And also, there's a huge limit to what words can convey, begging the question of, well, what's beyond words? Processes. And what tells us about processes? Well, there's limits in language, arguably, but then there are proxies that you can arguably circumvent that process. So yeah, I would say for some, I think it depends on the person. Art, anything that has the capacity to allude to non-dualism can potentially transmit more information than language. And I'm sort of even getting off the idea of using the term truth at all, because it itself has this huge baggage framework that's like, we want to figure out on some level, like, are we even referencing the same ideas in a sense that we can work with the concepts coherently? Can we develop the ideas together? And we can sort of get on the same page as quick as possible without having to have it descend to what we've all seen it kind of go into in the past, maybe with not so much the best outcomes from conscious responses. Yeah. So thanks for tuning in. We'll see you